behind me. There's a fire exit behind the main entrance there, down the stairs out into the car park. Please do not use the doors off to my left, which go out to the top of the court. Those are not an exit and not to be used. We will have breaks as per the schedules in the itinerary, which has been pre-circulated. There might be a little bit of movement either way on that, just depending on how we go for time, and we will just take that as it comes. Now, the order of events is that the applicant will present their case first, followed by the submitters, followed by the council staff. After that, the applicant will have a right of reply, and they may choose to do that in writing, or they may choose to do that orally at the hearing. As I said before, there is no cross-examination, so the only person asking questions is myself, other than the opportunity that I'll provide if there are points of clarification that people need. So without further ado, I'll hand over to Ms Appleyard, who can introduce her team.
Yes, thank you.
And but I should actually ask if there's any other points of clarification that anybody else needs at this stage, or any other points of order. No? Ms Appleyard.
Good morning. Thank you, Commissioner. My name is Jo Appleyard. I'm a partner in the law firm Anderson Lloyd, and I'm assisting the applicant, LMM Investments Limited. Actually, no, that's not the name we've lodged the application in, is it? But anyway, I'm assisting the applicant. And what I'll do is I'll just get the people that are sitting around me to introduce who they are, so that you can put names to faces and know which person is the one who is giving evidence on a particular topic. You may have read it before. We've got witnesses coming in and out during the day, but these are the ones who are here. I'll introduce those two now. So perhaps starting with Jono, if you want to introduce yourself first.
Sure. Jonathan Cleese, planner.
Tallulah, do you want to introduce yourself?
Hi, Tallulah Parker, lawyer with Anderson Lloyd.
Morena, I'm Danielle, lawyer with Anderson Lloyd.
Ross Moffat, I'm acting for the applicant.
Excuse me, we're just having a bit of trouble hearing.
Oh, okay.
That fridge thing's making it quite noisy.
And there's begging from upstairs.
Oh, okay. We might have to be loud.
I'm Christopher Mongilla with Secure Environmental, and I'm covering contaminated land issues.
Mm-hmm.
Andrew Dark, water resource engineer covering groundwater and hydrology.
Dave Compton-Mond, I'm an urban designer and landscape architect.
Annabelle Coates, I'm the ecologist.
And I'm Nick Fuller, transport engineer.
I'm Mark Trainer, I'm the geotech engineer.
And I think Mr Colgrave might have arrived right in the back there. Thank you. So there'll be others that arrive during the day, but we'll introduce those as they arrive.
Are any of the submitters like to introduce themselves now, or wait until they're giving their evidence tomorrow?
Do you want to introduce?
Yeah, I'm Craig Friedel. I'm the processing planner for Christchurch City Council.
One further point, which I didn't say before, is that all of the evidence and all the submissions has already been read. So when you're presenting, you don't need to reread everything. Just a summary of your main points is all that is required. In saying that, there's a very large volume of material which I have seen, and whilst I've read most and all of it, I'm not going to remember every single thing that I've read. So if there's anything that you think I need to know, let me know.
Great, thank you. So we have circulated a tentative hearing schedule. I'd like to try and stick to that as much as we can. I notice we've got 60 minutes for me to do legal, so I'm hoping I won't take that amount of time. And I'm going to give you a set of legal submissions at the minute, which will look hefty, but actually isn't, because I have put a number of matters into appendices, and I'm going to encourage you to take those away and read them overnight, and then come back and discuss those with me if you feel you need to, rather than taking time to do that now. So, Danny and Tallulah, do you just want to circulate copies of the submissions to the submitters? And maybe not all parties will want the appendices, but yeah. Maybe don't worry about the appendices, Tallulah, just the, yeah. What have you got there, Danny?
More legal submissions.
Maybe just make sure our guys have got them.
Can I get a copy as well of?
Yeah, I want you to have the full set of appendices too. But Tallulah, we've got another set of appendices for Craig.
Same one? So that's all in one packet.
Yeah, I'm not going to go through those now. So, yeah. Dylan, has this been emailed to you? If it hasn't, you'll be getting it shortly.
I don't think so.
Do you want a hard copy?
Oh, yeah. That's cool.
I think good mask.
Hang in there,
You got the appendices there, did you? So I'll just explain what I've handed out, and the full set will be emailed to Dylan, and it's going to be online. So there's a set of legal submissions, and I'm not going to go through these laboriously either. I'm just going to hit the key notes for this morning so that we can move on with some of the evidence. And I've also provided a set of appendices which is fairly hefty, dealing with a number of legal topics. So they've been emailed to Dylan as well, but I'm not going to go through these today. The parties can have a copy of these. Craig, Dylan and the Commissioner have got those, and I'm not going to deal with them right now other than tell you what topics they relate to, and they're something that we can come back to later if we need to. So I'll just start with the legal submissions and I'll explain what the appendices are. So I'm not going to read these laboriously either. In paragraph 2 of the legal submissions, I just make the observation that we've had some some expert engagement through some caucusing, and as we have now reflected in the joint witness statements, the matters in dispute, in our views, have been significantly narrowed, and there is now broad agreement between the experts. I did understand, I'm diverging here, that Mr. Cleese had sent to to Craig a summary of where he thought we'd got to in terms of agreement and not. I don't know whether the two of you have agreed on that, but you may, by the time we get to the end, be able to produce a summary of what we think is agreed and what isn't. So I think you've sent a draft to Craig, and I don't think you've had time to properly digest it yet, have you?
I've digested it, but I'm working on a summary statement that includes an adapted schedule that Mr. Cleese tabled with his evidence in
Yeah,
chief.
there was a schedule on it with the evidence which was not related to the JWS but related to earlier matters.
Yeah, so I've adapted that and included the additional evidence that's been tabled since.
Yeah.
And I'm also looking at the schedule amendments as well.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, that's helpful. So paragraph 4, these legal submissions address the proposal and what I describe as the existing anticipated environment through the existing zoning. Economic benefits, including greenfield capacity under the National Policy Statement on Urban Development, which we fondly call the NPSUD. A relatively new National Policy Statement that deals with natural hazards, concerns relating to urban design and landscape, assessment of transportation effects, the relevance of versatile soils on the site, and in particular, I've said here application, or I'd say non-application of the National Policy Statement on highly productive land. And that is one of the matters, Commissioner, I've dealt with in the appendices so that we don't have to laboriously have that debate here this morning. and the application of the Greater Christchurch Spatial Plan and the Canterbury Regional Policy Statement. I understand that the submitters do not have legal counsel, so these submissions also address what I perceive to be legal issues that arise out of the planning evidence of Ms Carter. And in particular, she raises issues about the interpretation of the NPSUD and its alignment with the RPS MAP-A and the the Greater Christchurch Spatial Plan. Those are also matters that I cover in the appendices rather than deal with in the body of these submissions. So just a summary on paragraphs 6 through 10. PC23 represents a comprehensive and integrated response to Christchurch's immediate and emerging shortfall in greenfield residential capacity. The evidence establishes that the current supply of feasible greenfield land is materially constrained and, on a realistic assessment, will result in a medium-term shortfall. In this context, the proposal is not merely appropriate but necessary to ensure ongoing compliance with the directive requirements of the NPSUD, particularly Policy 2 and Clause 3.2. The proposal gives effect to the NPSUD by contributing to a well-functioning urban environment. It enables a range of housing typologies, directly responds to unmet need for standalone dwellings, supports the competitive operation of land and development markets, and provides for accessibility, local services and integrated infrastructure. The evidence demonstrates strong alignment with Policy 1 outcomes, including housing choice, connectivity, emissions considerations and climate resilience. The site's existing anticipated environment already provides for substantial urban activity under the operative district plan, which was promulgated through PC 45. The proposal therefore does not introduce urbanisation into a purely rural environment, but instead refines and improves the form, efficiency and environmental outcomes of development already anticipated. The evidence confirms that the proposal can be adequately serviced, Three Waters infrastructure can be provided, and flood and stormwater risks can be appropriately managed through design measures. The proposal adopts a risk-based approach consistent with the NPS on natural hazards, reducing identified hazards to acceptable low to moderate residual risk levels. The applicant considers that there is now a high degree of agreement across the expert evidence. The proposal delivers significant ecological enhancement, particularly across the Pūhara Kinui, sorry, you'll have to forgive my pronunciation, Styx River corridor with a coherent master planned framework. The remaining matters in dispute are limited in scope and largely relate to implementation details that we say can be appropriately addressed at later stages of development. Now, I wasn't going to take you through now, in the interest of time, paragraphs 11 through 19, which is just a description of the proposal and the existing zoning, because that is covered in other evidence. If you'd like me to read it, I can, but I'm pretty keen to crack on with the evidence.
No, that's fine.
Yeah.
It's, so you're not talking about the interpretation of
No.
the environment, is at that point you're just describing it?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, yeah. But the part of the submissions I did wish to address you on orally this morning begins at paragraph 20, and this is the issue of the economic benefits, including the greenfield capacity under the National Policy Statement on Urban Development. So Mr Colgrave and Mr Yeoman agree that the economic merits of the development are highly likely to be positive, notwithstanding they have differences in opinion regarding the benefits and costs. However, there remain areas of disagreement between them as reflected in their joint witness statement, including the extent of existing and future greenfield development capacity, and what the appropriate scale and efficiency of the land set aside for commercial uses should be. So firstly, dealing with the topic of impacts on future greenfield development capacity in the context of the NPSUD, Section 72 of the RMA outlines the purpose of a district plan. Obviously won't need to read that to you. And Section 31(1) outlines the functions of territorial authorities. Paragraph 23. These statutory functions are reinforced and given practical effect through the more specific and directive provisions of the NPSUD, which provides national direction on how local authorities are to plan for and enable urban growth and housing supply. So dealing with the MPSUD and starting with policy 2. Policy 2 of the MPSUD requires that local authorities at all times, emphasise that, provide at least sufficient development capacity to meet expected demand for housing for business land over the short, medium and long term. Sufficient development capacity is defined in clause 3.2 of the MPSUD, which states that local authorities must provide at least sufficient development capacity in its region or district to meet expected demand for housing. And within that expected demand for housing, they have to provide for that capacity in A, existing and new urban areas, and B, which is important for both standalone dwellings and attached dwellings. So there's the at least 2 types of housing, and C in the short, medium and long term. Taken together, these provisions establish a comprehensive framework for assessing whether a district provides or is providing sufficient development capacity. They reflect the MPSUD's broader direction that planning must enable a variety of housing options, including different dwelling types and locations, to meet the diverse needs of households. This is reinforced by Policy 1, which requires well-functioning urban environments to provide a range of homes in terms of type, price and location, and by Clause 3.2, which gives effect to that direction by requiring capacity across both standalone and attached dwellings in existing and new urban areas. As Mr Cleese states in his evidence, this means that councils cannot rely on providing capacity wholly through peripheral greenfield growth, as that would preclude meeting the needs of those who require a townhouse near the city centre. And on the flip side of that, capacity cannot be provided largely through reliance on infill or townhouse development in central suburbs, as that excludes the needs of the community who require housing in more city edge locations and typologies that are more diverse than just townhouses. I've referred to a decision in Palmerston North City Council, where the court there found that additional greenfield capacity was necessary to meet medium and long-term housing demand, even along with the intensification. The case concerned an application to the council for a plan change to take effect immediately in response to the MPSUD requirements. And the court there stated, quoting from paragraph 15 of that decision, I've added the emphasis, while some areas of the city will be further intensified, further greenfield land availability is also necessary to ensure council's housing bottom lines for the purpose of the MPSUD are met. Now that case was found for me by Danny, so if you've got any questions about it, when you come to consider it, she can talk you through what the context of that case was. But for now, the quote's sufficient for opening purposes.
What we're saying here is that we need to balance intensification and greenfield.
Yes.
And everything needs to be considered.
Yes,
together.
exactly. Yes. Yep.
In a nutshell. Yep.
Para 29, the word sufficient is further defined in clause 3.22. In order to be sufficient demand, the development capacity must be A, plan enabled, B, infrastructure ready, C, feasible and reasonably expected to be realised, and D, meet the expected demand plus the appropriate competitive margin. The definitions of what is considered short, medium and long-term plan enabled and infrastructure ready are contained in clause 3.4, and I probably don't need to read that out to you. That's just telling us what is plan enabled and what is infrastructure ready. And over the top, before paragraph 31, I've just set out the what is infrastructure ready. Paragraph 31, if the council identifies an insufficiency in development capacity, as described in clauses 3.2 and 3.3, over the short, medium or long term, clause 3.7 of the MPSUD requires the local authority to immediately notify the Minister for the Environment and amend RMA planning documents to increase development capacity for housing. Such insufficiencies in development capacity could become apparent through evidence given, such as a hearing such as this one. Policy 2 of the NPSUD is directive. Local authorities must at all times provide at least sufficient development capacity to meet expected demand for housing and business land in the short, medium and long term. As Mr Colgrave states, this is a rolling target. As available capacity is absorbed, additional capacity must be enabled through more zoning, including the 20% competitiveness margin. We further emphasise that nothing in the NPSUD directs councils to avoid oversupply of development capacity, and that oversupply is encouraged to improve housing affordability by supporting competitive land and development markets. Objective 2 is clear that the NPSUD seeks the provisions of a competitive land market as the key method by which housing affordability is improved. Mr Colgrave and Mr Yeoman agree that the NPSUD sufficiency test is framed as a minimum, not a maximum, for required development capacity. So, in these next few paragraphs, I am talking about what the current situation is in Christchurch in the context for this plan change. In the Christchurch District context, the council recently withdrew from its Plan Change 14, having demonstrated via what's described as the Housing and Capacity Assessment 2025 that the operative district plan provided sufficient feasible housing capacity to meet 30 years of adjusted demand, including the 20% margin, as outlined in Appendix A. And that's Appendix A, which I'll talk to you about shortly. That exercise, however, was directed at what we were just discussing, so that overall housing capacity at a citywide level, and is not specifically related to the specific requirements of the NPSUD in terms of typology, location, etc. In particular, the PC14 withdrawal requirements did not require the council to demonstrate that sufficient development capacity is enabled across different locations and housing typologies, including both standalone and attached dwellings in existing and new urban areas, as required by Clause 3.2. Accordingly, while the PC14 withdrawal confirms there is aggregate capacity, it does not establish that capacity is provided in the right form or at the right locations to meet expected demand, and nor does it remove the council's ongoing obligation to comply with Policy 2 and Clause 3.2 of the NPSUD. Mr Colgrave and Mr Yeoman agree that Christchurch lacks sufficient long-term greenfield capacity to meet demand over 30 years, and that additional capacity is needed to meet the council's obligations under the NPSUD. Mr Yeoman estimates that we have a current supply of about 9.5 years of greenfield capacity, and both experts agree that there is a real prospect of a shortfall within the next 10 years. As Mr Colgrave explains, capacity must be maintained on a rolling basis. So even on Mr Yeoman's estimate, that buffer will erode quickly as development proceeds, so additional capacity must be enabled now to avoid a shortfall. Mr Colgrave's updated analysis demonstrate that the situation is materially more constrained than this already cautious framing suggests. His bottom-up parcel level assessment indicates that the remaining greenfield capacity is likely in the range of 2,800 to 3,000 dwellings, rather than the 7,600 dwellings identified in the Council's HCA 2025. When tested against observed delivery rates of more than 1,100 dwellings per annum, this equates to less than 3 years of effective supply. Viewed in this light, the acknowledged risk of a medium-term shortfall is in reality an immediate and worsening shortage, with available capacity rapidly being exhausted and already falling short of what is required to maintain sufficiency over time. At paragraph 38 and 39, I referred to Mr Jones's evidence. I won't read that out to you because you're going to hear from him shortly, but he's not appearing. Oh, he's not appearing, so I will actually. Sorry, that's right. Mr Jones's market evidence strongly reinforces this conclusion. Mr Jones identifies sustained and ongoing demand for greenfield housing in Christchurch, particularly for standalone dwellings on freehold titles with usable outdoor space, which remains a preferred housing form for many households. At the same time, he observes that the supply of suitable greenfield land within Christchurch City is increasingly constrained, especially in the north and northeast, where opportunities have largely been exhausted. This has already resulted in reduced buyer choice and increased competition for available sections, not because demand has diminished, but because supply is limited. Additionally, as stated by Mr. Jones, I'll let you read that for yourself, probably already have. Against that backdrop, the implications of the greenfield shortfall identified by Mr. Colgrave are clear. Christchurch cannot be said to be providing sufficient development capacity as required by Policy 2 and Clause 3.2 of the NPSUD. In those circumstances, enabling additional greenfield capacity through PC23 is not merely appropriate, we say it is positively required as an immediate, necessary response to address the identified shortfall and restore compliance with the NPSUD framework. Now, the next section, I'm not going to take you through at any length because it actually largely proceeds Mr. Cleese's conclusions on well-functioning urban environment. So we do assert that the proposal does contribute to a well-functioning urban environment. I would just, so paragraph 42 is largely a précis of what Mr. Cleese will tell you shortly, so I don't need to take you through it again. But just at paragraph 43, Policy 1 requires that this proposal must contribute to the well-functioning urban environment of Greater Christchurch. The list of matters contained in Policy 1 is not a set of criteria that must be met by each individual or particular proposal, but rather the proposal is required to contribute to a well-functioning urban environment that at a minimum itself exhibits those features. And once again, a case that was found for me by Danny, she's sourced the court's decision in Beachland South Limited Partnership in Auckland Council, where it was in the context of an RPS, wasn't it, Danny? And the question of a well-functioning urban environment is clearly a very broad term relating to issues of infrastructure, housing and business capacity and the responsive planning. So it's a broad encompassing concept that is covered in that case by the RPS as a whole. Is there anything, is that a summary?
Yeah.
Tallulah of, yeah.
That's good.
Yeah. So I won't read you paragraph 44 because that's for Mr. Cleese to tell you. Paragraphs 45 and 46 I won't read to you because this is just a debate between Mr. Yeoman and Mr. Colgrave about the size of the commercial centre, and you can listen to the evidence on that. Paragraph 47, I refer to the relatively new national policy statement for natural hazards, and we accept that for rezoning purposes, a proponent must demonstrate that there are viable options to provide infrastructure to support the proposal. We just observe it is common for developments to rely on future infrastructure upgrades in the context of a rezoning or plan change. Now, paragraph 48 just summarises where at least I perceive the expert evidence has got to in terms of agreement, in terms of water and wastewater and stormwater and flooding, but probably best left for the experts to summarise for themselves. I wrote paragraph 49, and once again, still in the context of the National Policy Statement for National Hazards, as stated above, in meeting the purpose of the district plan, the council is required to carry out its functions under 72 of the RMA, and of course section 31 has reference to natural hazards. These statutory obligations are now reinforced by the National Policy Statement for Natural Hazards 2025, which provides national direction on how natural hazard risks are to be managed through the planning framework. That NPS adopts a risk-based approach requiring decision makers to identify, assess and manage natural hazard risk. Paragraph 51, the framework anticipates development occurring with mitigation in place, including an acceptance that some residual risk may remain. And I've referred there to clause 3.22 of the NPS NH, which sets out what you as a decision maker must consider when assessing natural hazard. Paragraph 52, avoidance is not required in all cases and mitigation is appropriate where risk is lower, with decision making explicitly allowing cost effectiveness to be weighed. Clause 3.3 reinforces this by requiring a proportionate approach to risk management. I'll just let you read that yourself. Paragraph 53, finally, decisions must be made in the face of uncertainty using the best available information, and the absence of complete or perfect data is not a basis for deferring development. Clause 3.4 of the NPSNH specifically requires that decision makers use the best available information at the time. And then in subclause 2, where that information is uncertain or incomplete, decision makers must nevertheless continue to undertake a risk assessment, make decisions using the best available information, and not delay making decisions because of uncertainty about the quality or quantity of information available. Taken together, I say that these provisions confirm that the NPSNH does not require a precautionary or no development approach, nor does it require complete certainty before decisions are made. Rather, it anticipates that development will proceed where risks can be identified and appropriately managed, with mitigation measures applied in proportion to the level of risk. So in these next sections, which I will not take you through, I apply the NPSNH to PC23, and it's probably best if we just leave that for now and wait and see what the experts actually say under questioning before I go through these sections, but that certainly on the face of the reading and in particular the evidence and the JWSs to date is my summary and Mr. Cleese's summary, I think, of what we understand the outstanding disagreements to be. So just cover the issues of flooding in paragraph 55, land slips, active faults and liquefaction, page 19, coastal erosion, coastal inundation and tsunami. Then in paragraph 57, just setting out the residual concerns, if you like, or matters of disagreement relating to landscape and urban design. As I state in paragraph 58, as stated by the court in Catchpole and Rangitikei District Council, the RMA does not require a complete internalisation of effects. Rather, it requires the statutory balancing exercise between the sustainable use and effects upon amenities. The applicant considers that the proposed development achieves appropriate urban design and landscape outcomes, including a coherent urban village form, integration with the receiving environment, and appropriate interface with adjoining rural land, supported by embedded mitigation through the ODP. And then the rest of that paragraph 60 and 61 just sets out the areas of agreement and disagreement between Mr. Compton-Moore, Ms. Schroeder and Ms. Smetherin. At paragraph 62 onwards, 62 to 64, I set out our assessment of what is agreed and remains in disagreement as between the traffic experts, but I'll leave you to determine that when you hear from them. Paragraph 65, I just touch on the issue of versatile soils in the National Policy Statement on highly productive land. Whether the site contains highly productive land, and when I say highly productive land, I mean highly productive land as defined in the National Policy Statement for highly productive land or not, is an issue for debate. The evidence suggests from Mr. Cleese and Mr. Friedel that the proposal gives effect to the NPSHPL. So if we have to go through the NPSHPL, it would give effect to it anyway. More fundamentally, however, we maintain the position that the National Policy Statement HPL does not apply. And this is set out in quite some detail in Appendix C, and this is why I didn't want to go through this in detail with you now. So in short, we say that the rural-urban fringe zone is not a rural zone that would engage the NPSHPL. So that's quite a technical, legal and planning argument.
That's based on the Carter.
Coming back to that, so, and I'll get Miss Parker to assist me here. So Appendix C is quite a weighty document. An appendix that wasn't the Carter, it was the fast track lodged by Ngāi Tahu Property Limited for its industrial land at Pound Road. and Ngaitahu Property Limited instructed us to go for the doctor, if I can put it that way, and arguing that rural urban fringe is not caught by the MPS HPL. Ms Parker did a huge amount of work on this topic, and the panel in Pound Road decided that rural urban fringe is not engaged by the MPS HPL. So Appendix C is all the work that Ms Parker did that went before the Pound Road fast track panel.
So that was a fast track panel.
It was a fast track panel. It
Yeah.
was Ken Gimlet, Chris Thompson, and I can't remember who the other one was, but anyway, so it did have a local planner on it. And so it was quite a detailed analysis which Ms Parker is responsible for and which that panel accepted. I do need to say though that subsequently, and related to the Carter land, which was also a fast track near the airport at Ryan's Road, another panel came to a different conclusion, but this work was not before that panel. The applicant in that case wasn't particularly concerned about the issue because they felt they could get through HPL anyway. So that decision does not have near the degree of analysis and work that went into the Pound Road one. But having said all that, neither of them are decisions of a CCC panel, notwithstanding the resource consents become CCC consents. So we are asking you to consider effectively the same argument that the Pound Road panel considered. But I didn't want to take a whole lot of time with that right now.
Interested to see what it has to say.
Yeah.
It's some quite significant implications.
Yes, yeah. Do you want to talk to it? Just without going through the detail, the Pound Road decision. So Ngaitahu Property in that case instructed us to go for the doctor on this argument and throw everything at it. The Carter Group one up the road said we don't particularly care because we get through the HPL anyway through the MPS, so don't put any time and energy into it. But this one, there was a significant amount of time and energy put into it, wasn't there? Do you want to just take the Commissioner just through the attachments and what's there? For, not the guts of the argument, but just what's there to support the appendices, and in particular it does include quite a lot of detailed planning analysis.
Is it a similar approach to one you may have heard, that I've heard from Mr Cleary?
Yes, out at
and relating to
Selwyn. I don't
rural
think his is the same. I saw his argument last week. We had a look at it. His is about a rural.
Yeah.
He's arguing a rural overlay. So our argument's not. Yeah, it's not.
Same sort of issue, but it's slightly different.
Yeah, he's gone about it a different way. This is very much a planning analysis of the provisions of the plan, and where you've got a rural urban fringe which doesn't have a purpose statement, really doesn't tell us what it is. The panel in Pound Road, as I'm processing this decision, said, well, you've really got to look to the rules to see what the zone's trying to do. And when you look at that rules, it doesn't look like a rural zone, if I'm processing it, because this particular zone doesn't tell us what its purpose is. And of course it's called rural urban fringe, so it's got rural and urban in it. So is that a summary, Tallulah, of that's the planet? Yeah.
Christchurch is a very specific context, especially because all of our policies, all of our policies and objectives in relation to the rural zone are the same.
For all rural zones.
Yeah.
For all rural zones. So undertaking an assessment just of that is going to get you the same outcome in terms of what the equivalent zone is under the National Policy Statement of Highly Productive Land. However, looking at the rules, which is also what was advised by the court in a case previously, you come to a different conclusion of whether the rural urban fringe zones is an equivalent to general rural or rural production.
I think if we look at the background of the rural urban fringe zone and the time and environment under which it was created, and where the regional plan sat at that time, and it was pre-UDS, pre-SUD.
Yeah.
The purpose of it at that time may be quite different from where.
Absolutely, and we unfortunately don't have a purpose, so we've got to. So this panel inferred a purpose from looking at the rules, really. Yeah.
And we have attached to planning memoranda from that earlier Pound Road decision, and they did a significant amount of work in undertaking analysis of those zones, and then in terms of what has occurred on those zones to date as well.
It's probably enough on that at the moment.
Yeah, I don't mean,
I'll read
exactly,
through
yeah,
it.
that's exactly
Yeah.
why it's in an
Okay.
appendices. That's, yes. So, and then similarly, probably, so paragraph 67 to 74 deals with issues that Mr. Cleese actually deals with in response to Ms. Carter. And this is her planning assessment that the site is not identified as a future development area within MAP A of the RPS or in the Greater Christchurch Spatial Plan. And she says that's determinative of it being unsuitable for residential development. And Mr. Cleese has done an analysis of that, but once again in an appendice, which is Appendix D. Is it D? Yeah.
Yes.
I have a document, Appendix D, interaction between the NPSUD and the CRPS. And this is plagiarised for a set of submissions largely plagiarised from a set of submissions I did for a plan change out at Lincoln, where a similar argument was run in relation to rural land being converted to residential, and that was a decision of Commissioner Caldwell, which granted the plan change in that case. So that is largely a rerun of those submissions I made in that case. But once again, I thought that was probably better for an appendice rather than labouring that point now. And so, unless you want me to go through some of those appendices,
No, that's
it's
fine.
really
I
time to crack into the evidence.
And I've read what
Yeah.
Mr. Cleese had to say about that matter as well.
So just in relation to the appendices, Appendix A relates to how you interpret the Enabling Housing Supply Act and PC 14 and how that, Appendix B, what is Appendix B?
The definition of the urban environment.
Oh, the definition of urban environment, which I understand Mr. Friedel and Mr. Cleese agree on. C is HPL and D is the interaction between NPSUD and RPS. So that's why I didn't think I'd labour those now. And we could move on to the evidence unless you had any.
A few brief questions. First one is one that I should have asked earlier on, is just clarifying which documents are the current documents before us. There is an Appendix 2 to Mr. Cleese's evidence, which has the updated plan provisions.
Yep.
And I'm presuming that is the one that we're now looking at.
Yes.
And Mr. Compton-Mine's evidence contained a new visual impact landscape assessment, which contained revised ODP provisions, which I'm presuming is also what we're now looking at.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Look, those submissions are relatively clear. With the NPSUD, I understand what you're saying about policy one being assessed in broad terms as opposed to site-specific terms in terms of the 6 matters under policy one.
And its contribution to the wider, rather than on a site-specific.
With the NPSUD, it seems clear that both economics experts have stated that medium term is unlikely to be met, because even 9.5 is less than 10 years. So I understand that there is a duty on the council at some point, either now or in the very near future, to address that through policy 3.2. But does that necessarily make a particular development the preferred development? There's a statement in your submissions there about this meets the council's requirements under clause under.
Well, it's just it helps to meet them, I'd say, just by sheer numbers. Yeah.
But it doesn't direct the council to prefer any particular development in any particular way.
No.
Yeah. And in terms of the definition of the environment, I think there's common ground between the planners that this is an urban environment. But I don't think that suggests that that is the environmental bottom line, or is the environment for the purpose of assessment. It is an urban environment or an urban activity. But the present zoning and use of the site is different from what the proposed urban environment would be. So we're looking at that the use of that term is not describing the urban environment for the purpose of assessment, but describing it for the purpose of identification of being urban. Is that
fair enough, Jono?
I would say it's describing a starting point for assessment.
Yes.
That's different from rural.
Yep.
It enables a bundle of urban activities. Clearly, though, that bundle of urban activities is different to what's being proposed in PC23. So where we're landing in PC23 is different from where we would land with the golf resort zone. But I've certainly sort of taken that the outcomes anticipated in the golf resort zone as sort of the starting point for assessment.
Yes. So when
that's
you're
the degree of
talking about
change.
the existing environment, as it might be through the rules as they are now, where that's the golf resort zone, 150 houses plus hotels and things like that. I mean, would it be fair to say that that's probably equivalent to about 300 odd houses when you take the apartments and things into account in terms of number of households? Yeah. So it's comparing that with 800.
Yes. Oh, yes. We're not saying they're the same. We're just saying it's a different starting point to just empty paddocks.
Yeah. Okay. Right, it's a question I should have asked you later.
That's all right. It's sufficient.
Okay. Look, that's fine for now. I think you can lead on with your witnesses.
Great. Yep. Okay. So what we'll do, I might just want to make sure that the audience is going to be able to hear the witnesses. So I'm actually wondering whether perhaps the witnesses might actually sit over here next to Mr. Friedel, and then it might be easier for both, rather than being in a line up
For people
along.
to hear, I think that's probably easier.
Yeah. So Ross, do you want to just whip over maybe to that second chair over there? And just bear in mind, I know it's a little bit difficult, but you're talking to the Commissioner, but the audience at the back have to be able to hear you as well. Okay. So it's sort of a little bit left and right, if you can, now, we've got summaries to hand out. So each witness, we have prepared a written summary, and they should have been emailed to Dylan.
Will be
emailed to Dylan by now. So just wait for a minute till we've got them handed out. Ross? Has the Commissioner got a?
Not yet.
Would you like a hard copy?
Yes, These summaries will be put up on the webpage.
Yeah, Tallulah, if she hasn't already, is about to send them to you, Dylan. Yep.
Good to go?
Yes.
Morning, everyone. My name is Ross Douglas Moffat. I've prepared evidence on behalf of LM Investments 2012, the applicant dated the 5th of May 2026 in relation to Plan Change 23, Whisper Creek Residential PC 23. I am authorised to give evidence on behalf of the applicant. My qualifications and experience are set out in the statement of evidence. The summary below confirms my key conclusions in my statement of evidence in relation to the applicant, site, proposal and PC 23. The applicant has successfully delivered a number of development projects within Canterbury. The applicant adopts a long-term ownership and investment approach, which supports comprehensive master planning and integrated development outcomes rather than short-term or fragmented developments. The applicant's experience across land development and community infrastructure underpin its commitment to delivering developments that are safe, functional, responsive to the needs of future residents and the wider community. The applicant has the experience, capability and long-term investment focus to deliver the development responsibly and in accordance with statutory requirements, including infrastructure provision, payment of development contributions and ongoing engagement with Environment Canterbury. The site demonstrates strong development potential based on its strategic location. Its existing urban zoning, which is the majority of the site, its role within the wider Styx River catchment and connection through to the coast, the rapid sell down and subsequent build out of Prestons, and its good accessibility to northern Christchurch and surrounding settlements. The proposal responds to a demonstrated shortage of greenfields residential development opportunities in northeastern Christchurch, while offering a planned and cohesive alternative to a fragmented incremental development that could otherwise occur on the site. The proposal also recognises the significant ecological and cultural values of the Styx River corridor. The applicant is committed to maintaining and enhancing these values through riparian protection, ecological restoration, and the integration of open space and walkways. The applicant has likely sought that the proposal include an intentionally conservative approach to responsibly managing natural hazard risks. The key risk relating to flood hazards is to be mitigated by avoiding urban development on the lower terrace, and secondly by ensuring that appropriate floor levels are established by laying conservative assumptions regarding rainfall events and climate change. The outlined development plan has been shaped with the objective of delivering a high-quality lifestyle community with connectivity options, open space, safety and amenity. PC23 allows for the comprehensive and integrated approach to planning. PC23 facilitates a master planned high-quality residential community supported by complementary commercial and community activities, while avoiding the inefficiencies of and adverse effects that could arise from a piecemeal or ad hoc development under existing provisions. PC23 enables an efficient, coordinated and sustainable development outcome for Whisper Creek that would not be achieved in the absence of PC23. PC23 provides an appropriate and necessary framework to enable coordinated, sustainable development outcomes for the Whisper Creek land. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Moffat. I have only one or two very minor questions arising out of your original evidence. The first one relates to your comments in your evidence in relation to the previous proposal. I understand that you purchased the site, or the group purchased the site, decided at some point that the golf course proposal was not viable. You then put the proposal up. You were considering a fast track proposal under the COVID legislation post 2020. You made the statement there that investigations identified a range of constraints and challenges, and that being the reason for that not going through. Are you able to elaborate a bit more on what those constraints were and how that now differs from the constraints that might be facing the proposal now? And how different was the proposal you were looking at then?
The constraints related to planning issues with regard to which related to the entire site, of which obviously I didn't own. So that's where we come into some, we saw some major obstacles.
And that was prior to the inclusion of the 4 lots on the north of
No,
No,
Mr. Tipple's land.
Mr. Tipple's land,
Right, yeah.
because I only own half of the Whisper Creek special purpose, zoning.
Okay, so the constraint's more about land ownership and parcel.
Correct,
parcel,
yes.
as opposed to environmental or physical constraints.
Correct, yeah.
Okay. Second question I had in relation to the lower terrace and the land which is to be rezoned from special purpose golf resort to rural urban fringe. The statements that I've seen in the application essentially say that it's likely to remain rural use and being reused for farming, as opposed to becoming publicly accessible open space or something providing amenity for people in the area. Is that the way that's looking?
That's correct. That's our thoughts at this stage, yes.
Yeah. So are there any proposals in the long term for that land to be incorporated into public space as part of the development, or provision of access between the development and the river corridor areas and other locations other than we're proposing at the moment?
No, we haven't, much as if the council would like that, we're prepared to talk to them, but at this stage, no, they haven't approached us.
Okay. Have you given thoughts to whether or not continued rural use of that land, given a large residential subdivision occurring next door, is going to raise some issues in terms of reverse sensitivity of that land and other issues such as pets and dogs worrying stock and things like that?
It will need to be managed in an effective way to avoid those complications and issues, yes.
Okay. But insofar as that land also is going to function as part of the flood management areas for the site, that farming use is going to be managed in such a way which is also consistent with the stormwater management for the subdivision as well.
Oh, very much so, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Right, Mr. Colgrave, you're up next. Are you hearing okay? Is it working all right? No.
Ross was easy to hear.
Ross was easy to hear, the commissioner's a little bit difficult to hear.
Oh, okay.
From there, just perspective from having said that.
Speak up, I'll be told that.
Don't worry, I'll make up for everyone.
Yeah.
Great, thanks.
Colgrave, you've provided both evidence, a summary of evidence, a further supplementary evidence, and participated in the joint witness statements.
That's correct.
Three documents have been considered. Yeah.
Yeah, as summarised, I prepared a statement of evidence, a supplementary statement of evidence, and participated in expert conferencing, which produced a joint witness statement. So I've been involved with the authoring of 3 documents. And the key conclusions and issues arising from my 3 pieces of work are as follows. I confirm my conclusions in my statement of evidence, supplementary evidence, and joint witness statement that PC23 is economically positive and supported overall. PC23 provides a significant well-located increase in housing supply in a constrained market and should be approved on economic grounds. The NPSUD requires Tier 1 councils to ensure that short to medium-term capacity is available at all times to meet demand across a range of housing typologies and locations. Demand is strong and underestimated. Christchurch City is experiencing sustained housing demand that has materially exceeded the projections relied on by the council. Growth has also exceeded projections used in planning models. Capacity for standalone housing, i.e. greenfield, is underprovided. The economic JWS agrees that there is insufficient greenfield capacity to meet long-term demand in Christchurch City. In my view, there is also a clear shortfall in capacity over the medium term and likely or potentially also over the short term. The lack of medium-term capacity means that the opportunity costs of not providing for PC23 are greater than it would be if there was ample greenfield supply within Christchurch City, i.e. residents wanting a standalone house in a greenfield location cannot easily develop the same elsewhere in Christchurch, but instead will be more likely to be displaced into the adjacent Selwyn and Waimakariri districts. PC23 will add feasible capacity and choice in a sub-market where active greenfield supply is extremely limited. The site is much closer to the city centre and associated employment and services than alternative greenfield locations in neighbouring districts. In terms of costs, these are real but modest. The economic cost of lost rural production resulting from PC23 is low and is significantly outweighed by the benefits of enabling a coordinated residential neighbourhood, improved housing supply, and local services through a neighbourhood centre. The net economic benefits of the proposal will be positive. The size of the proposed neighbourhood centre, capped at 3,000 square metres of GFA, will not result in any material retail distribution effects on other centres and will remain within the ambit of the size and function of a neighbourhood centre, i.e. convenience retail servicing a localised catchment. Should demand for the full gross floor area allowance not eventuate, then I anticipate any remaining vacant land could be developed for housing via a straightforward consenting pathway. In my opinion, Christchurch City is not currently meeting the development capacity requirements of Policy 2 and Clause 3.2 of the NPSUD in relation to standalone dwellings and greenfield locations in the medium term. The NPSUD sets a minimum, not a maximum, in terms of such development capacity. Finally, the development is likely to meet the criteria in Policy 8 of the NPSUD. Specifically, from an economic perspective, it is likely to be within the urban environment, be significant, and contribute to a well-functioning urban environment.
Thank you, Mr. Colgrave. A lot of what you've said in there is also summarised quite succinctly in the joint witness statement as well. And I note there's a reasonable amount of agreement between yourself and Mr. Yeoman over what those matters, so I won't question those in any great detail. When you're talking about the provision of greenfield land in Christchurch City,
yes,
are we talking about zoned greenfield land or greenfield land including land which is unzoned but is identified future urban growth areas which are identified in the Regional Council's Plan A?
So the analysis that I did in my supplementary was really about what's zoned now.
Yeah.
So it was based on sort of zonings as of today.
Yeah. So is there other potential greenfield land which is identified for future growth within Christchurch City's urban boundary, within the growth areas identified in the regional plan?
As far as I'm aware, those are captured within the analysis. I mean, we haven't made anything operative since 2018,
yeah.
So I think we know what's on the table.
So we're pretty well,
and we're chewing through it very quickly.
So we're pretty much maxed out on what PC1 and the UDS
yes.
all.
Yeah.
told us was going to happen.
Yeah, others may be aware of some small ones that I'm not aware of, but at a large scale, there's nothing big left.
Yeah, and what I'm reading here in your evidence is that if there is no greenfield land provided around Christchurch City, the demand is likely to go elsewhere to Selwyn and Waimakariri districts.
Yes.
And there's some costs in that in terms of fossil fuel use and urban form and terms. So when we're looking at future growth areas in relation to policy one of the PSUD in terms of well-functioning urban environments, we should be taking into account the whole of the Greater Christchurch area as opposed to just Christchurch City in isolation. When you talk, because the costs that you're talking about there are relating to costs which extend beyond Christchurch City boundary if something doesn't happen within the Christchurch City boundary. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a bit of both. I think when we're looking at sufficiency of the capacity, it's important to take the helicopter view, look at it at the Greater Christchurch level, but also ensure that it makes sense at the district level and potentially also at a sub-district level as well. So it would be unusual to say, well, we're good at the Greater Christchurch level and that's okay. We need to make sure that each TA is also sufficient. But in terms of how we measure the costs and benefits, whether it's the city or the Greater Christchurch level, I think it would be slightly silly to just take a city level approach for those kind of costs and benefits, because we know they do sort of transcend boundaries. It wouldn't make a lot of sense. But I think, yeah, so it's really the case that choice and competition are the other parts, I think, that are missing in terms of the MPSU discussion. So I think the sufficiency stuff has caused a sort of an abacus type focus on supply and demand. As long as the arithmetic matches, that's all we need. Whereas actually choice and competition, I think, are more important. So even at the margin, if you didn't think you had a shortfall, then you really want to be promoting choice and competition by providing this kind of stuff. And that's really, I think, the driving ethos of it.
So whilst this development, for example, doesn't provide specifically for low-cost housing, do you think that rezoning of areas such as this mean that is more likely to be enabled in other locations? Yeah, not because it's contributing to the overall mix of typologies within Christchurch.
That's right. Yes, there's two ways that large-scale development can contribute to affordability. One is through the direct provision of smaller homes and smaller sections to the extent that you can. The other is really more that market discipline of having competition. And so if you've got a couple of large landowners who are developing something and they're just sort of selling down at a modest rate, but then there's a threat of another large competitor coming in and competing with them, it's that sort of threat of entry or the knowledge that someone is coming to provide competition that makes everyone sharper, makes them more likely to release land more quickly than they would otherwise, to be a bit sharper with their pricing and that kind of thing. So it's sort of a two-pronged effect on affordability. But also, I think it's important to recognise that when we talk about these affordability effects, we're not talking about house prices suddenly dropping to a level that we can all buy them. We're talking about future house prices growing at a much slower rate and making the future situation look more affordable than it would otherwise.
And the contributing factor to that is supply.
Absolutely, yeah. That's the bit we can control.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Conrad. Yeah.
Jonathan, for some reason.
Okay. My name is Nicholas Peter Fuller. I prepared a statement of evidence dated 5th May 2026 in relation to Transport and Plan Change 23, Whisper Creek Residential. My qualifications and experience are set out in that statement of evidence. I confirm the following conclusions in my statement of evidence, incorporating the joint witness statement regarding road network function and access, commercial centre effects, Spencerville Road and rail level crossing, active transport provision and public transport, traffic modelling, construction traffic management and overall transport effects. I consider that Turners Road can appropriately accommodate the forecast development traffic, provided that it is upgraded as set out in the Integrated Transport Assessment. In this regard, it is appropriate that Turners Road be treated as a collector road, with corresponding improvements to its cross-section and associated intersection with Marshland Road. On this basis, I do not consider that a vehicle connection to Lower Styx Road is required from a transport perspective, and the effects of the development can be appropriately managed with upgrades to the existing network. I consider that an upgrade to the Marshland Road-Turners Road intersection is required to support the development. While earlier modelling identified a 700 lot trigger, I support the agreed position in the joint witness statement that this upgrade should occur earlier, prior to more than 500 residential lots being created, to manage capacity and safety effects. The traffic effects associated with the proposed commercial centre are dependent on its scale and mix of activities. Higher traffic generating uses such as a supermarket represent the greatest potential risk. Notwithstanding this, I consider that the likely scale of development will not draw significant traffic from the wider catchment, and that the effects on the surrounding network, including the one-lane bridge and Marshland Road intersections, will remain acceptable. In my opinion, the commercial development is intended to serve only the surrounding residential community for day-to-day needs, as aligned with the neighbourhood centre zone, which specifically provides for a small group of primarily convenience shops and, in some instances, community facilities. This would not draw traffic from as far as the Marshland Road corridor, as there are other centres that would be more attractive to that catchment, such as Preston's local centre zone and Belfast large format retail zone. I consider that the Spencerville Road and associated rail crossing are currently deficient, with the existing formed carriageway inconsistent with the widths and design anticipated for its existing collector road status. While upgrades will be required to address these issues, these works are partly driven by existing deficiencies rather than solely by the effects of the proposed development. The existing special purpose golf resort zoning would generate traffic on Spencerville Road and the rail crossing without being required to undertake an assessment or provide mitigation. Accordingly, I consider the upgrades identified through a level crossing safety impact assessment and corridor improvements should be addressed through development contributions, reflecting the shared benefit of these works. I consider that the proposed walking and cycling connections are appropriate and provide a suitable level of connectivity for the development. These connections will support both local access, including to nearby schools and community facilities, and integration with the wider network, thereby promoting the use of active transport modes. These have been improved since the preparation of the ITA to provide Council's suggested amendments. The joint witness statement confirms agreement that the site has an appropriate level of pedestrian and cycle connectivity. In my experience, public transport services invariably follow residential development in greenfield contexts, i.e. operators need a passenger catchment to be in place before extending a service to those passengers. The ODP includes provision for a collector road route through the development that is capable of accommodating a future service, with this service being a logical extension of the existing bus routes that currently terminate in Prestons. I consider that the traffic modelling undertaken, including the additional analysis through preparing the joint witness statement, provides a sufficiently robust basis for assessing the transport effects of the development. While all models include some uncertainty and assumptions, I consider that the modelling outputs are broadly reliable and support the identified mitigation measures. This includes the undertaking of sensitivity tests of distribution in isolated intersection models, which were accepted in the joint witness statement. I consider that the effects associated with construction traffic can be appropriately managed through the preparation and implementation of a construction traffic management plan. This approach provides sufficient flexibility to address construction-related effects, including traffic routing, at the appropriate time. Overall, I consider that the proposed development can be accommodated on the surrounding transport network, subject to the implementation of appropriate mitigation measures and upgrades. The assessed traffic generation rates and the resulting distribution of traffic across the network are appropriate, and the modelling outcomes provide a reasonable representation of how the transport network will operate with the development in place.
Thank you, Mr. Fuller. I've got the joint witness statement. It's agreements and disagreements between the transport witnesses in relation to a lot of the matters you've just talked about, so I'm not going to ask you again on those areas where there's agreement. There's a couple of points that you've raised there. One of them is in relation to the site of the commercial centre, and I think there was a comment in some evidence about potential for supermarkets and things like that. I understand what you're saying, that's not what's being proposed and it's probably unlikely. But would it assist if the rules in relation to the commercial centre, I think it becomes a commercial centre zone. It starts off as residential new neighbourhood and then it becomes a commercial centre zone when it's developed. Had a maximum floor area for commercial premises in there to ensure that large format type activities, as much as they are unlikely to occur, cannot occur anyway.
Yes. Yeah, I suppose the short answer is yes.
Yeah.
I think I was on the understanding that it will be a neighbourhood centre zone, I think it was, which has limitations on floor area already. So that already limits the maximum size of a supermarket to 1,000 metres squared.
Which isn't really a supermarket.
No, I suppose that's my opinion. It's it's a supermarket in name, but it's certainly not. I mean, it's certainly not a New World Prestons. It's not the sort of supermarkets I've seen going in other subdivisions, say in Selwyn, such as there's the typical ones that I've been looking at are sort of 3,500, 4,000 metres squared for a new supermarket. So this is definitely a scale down, and I suppose my view is that this being a scale down is that it's there to accommodate day-to-day shopping, not just for these residents. But people from Spencerville could go there. People from the sort of the broader Orohuia area could go there, in preference to going instead of those people needing to go to somewhere like the Prestons New World.
They'd probably still go to Prestons, wouldn't they?
For a weekly shop.
There's no route through the site to get from Lower Sticks Road to the commercial area. You have to go right around. So if you're going to do that, you might as well go to Prestons.
Well, they could cross the bridge and come in.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so the supermarket options which are available at Belfast and Prestons, which are the two closest locations, would mean that people are unlikely to be drawn to this site for shopping, even if there was a large premises. It would need something special to attract them.
Yes. Yeah.
In the JWS, you have talked about areas of partial agreement in relation to the Turners Road intersection. But as I read it, there's pretty much mostly agreement as opposed to disagreement in relation to how that should be handled.
Yes, I think my view of that was that we had agreed, and we'd agreed on a threshold at which point that Turners Road intersection ought to be upgraded. So there was an agreement on that, but I think the area of disagreement, you need to ask Grant Smith more, I suppose, on this, but my view is the area of disagreement probably relates to the initial modelling that was undertaken, where we've undertaken checks and balances of that and arrived at the position in the joint witness statement.
Now, Turners Road wasn't proposed as an access to the special purpose golf resort zone. So we had accesses off Lower Sticks Road and Spencerville Road. Now, I understand why Lower Sticks Road is no longer considered suitable. You had talked in your evidence about the general mix. I think it was about 1,500 vehicles a day would have used the Spencerville Road access of the golf course development. And another 2,000 would have used the Lower Sticks Road access. Would it be fair to say that people coming from Christchurch via Marshlands Road would have often chosen to go via Turners Road rather than up to the main North Road, Spencerville Road intersection to access the site, even if it was developed that way?
So if this developed as a golf course with the bridge across, I think it depends on your routing. I think if I was coming from Christchurch from the south, I would have used the Lower Sticks set of lights and then come along Lower Sticks Road and use the bridge. But if I was coming from, so I think if you're coming in from the north, if you're coming in from the Waimakariri area or Kaiapoi, or even to a degree if you're coming from the north of Christchurch and potentially the west, I think there are routes around that sort of lead you around from the airport that would still make coming in via Spencerville Road an attractive option for parts of the city.
Now, the special purpose golf resort zone was put in place in 2010 prior to the Northern Motorway going in. So the modelling at that time would have been based on the use of Marshlands Road and Main North Road as the two main routes in and out of Christchurch to the north. What is the traffic environment of Marshlands Road and around the Spencerville Road intersection now compared to what it may have been had the motorway not gone ahead?
It's certainly better. I couldn't say categorically what the volumes are, but there's been a reduction in traffic volumes through that intersection as a result of the Northern Arterial and the Cranford Street improvements being put in place. And that's certainly reflected in the road safety record, where it used to have a reasonably poor record, but the opening of the Northern Arterial seems to have addressed that. So certainly the lower volumes make it easier to turn out of there and have addressed that previous safety issue.
So Marshlands Road has a higher capacity now than what it would have otherwise had, or what it had 10 years ago.
Yeah, it's got more spare capacity now than it would have previously.
So it's got a better ability to absorb change that would have otherwise occurred. My understanding is that a level crossing the safety assessment wasn't required in relation to the existing zoning.
Yeah, that's my understanding as well.
But you're in agreement that it should be provided now?
Yes.
Yeah, but that'll be part of the development in the normal manner that they're normally provided.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. It's now 10:30, it was our scheduled break
Yep,
time.
and we're actually well ahead
We're
of.
actually running ahead of
Yeah,
time.
yeah.
We didn't take an hour with legal submissions,
Yeah.
which is useful.
Yeah.
So we'll break now for 15 minutes, come back at 10:50.
Yeah.
Which is 20 minutes, and we will then start with Mr. Tier.
Yes, just wanted to, just given that we are a little bit ahead, Dr. Kearse, who's coming online
Me? Okay. I've just noticed that the air conditioning seems to have ramped up and it's quite noisy at the moment, and I do appreciate that it is quite hard to hear down the back. There's quite a lot of background noise and it's a long room, so we'll do our best. And I know that I have a bit of a mumbler from time to time, so if you do have difficulty, just put your hand up and we will do the best we can. Over to you, Mr. Briardo.
Yes, now Mr. Tier, you've got a summary there you'd like to read to us?
Yep. My name is Gary Charles Tier. I prepared a statement of evidence dated 5th May 2026 in relation to coastal hazards and Plan Change 23, Whisper Creek Residential. My qualifications and experience are set out in that statement of evidence. I confirm the conclusions in my statement of evidence that the site is 2.5 kilometres distant from the open coastline and has no coastal erosion hazards. The coastline is backed by a sand dune system that acts both as a barrier and a buffer in storm events, eroding back on the face of the sand dunes in a storm event, but recovering and building back naturally in calmer seas after a storm event. The Pegasus Bay coastline is prograding south of the Waimakariri River outlet to the sea through an opening in the sand dune system, but with ongoing and accelerating sea level rise, this long-term progradation process will eventually reverse and the coastline will recede. There is no immediate or long-term, this century and well into the next, threat to the subject properties from sea level rise. Sea level rise is not just an increase in the depth of water at the location, there is also an associated soil line recession as the coast adjusts to the increase in depth. As calculated using the Brunn rule, the beach recession in 100 years would be of the order of 100 metres, no impact on the location of properties 2.5 kilometres away. Coastal flooding, inundation resulting from the combination of sea level rise, storm surge, wave setup and run-up, astronomical tides and climate change effects to create an extreme sea level will not affect the proposed building sites on the upper terrace of the subject properties. The lower level terrace next to the Styx River will be flooded at high tide. The Canterbury coast is exposed to tsunamis. The largest threats are tsunamis created by large earthquakes on the Hikurangi or Kermadec subduction zones. Large earthquakes off the coast of Central or South America also produce large tsunami waves that, in the case of the Pegasus Bay, are focused into the area by refraction effects on the Chatham Rise east of the South Island. Numerical modelling of the 2,500-year return period earthquake on the Peru subduction zone shows that the maximum inundation depth extends up to the area of the top terraces on the proposed building sites. In terms of an assessment of the tsunami risk under the National Policy Statement on Natural Hazards, the likelihood of inundation is rare at an annual return interval of 2,500 years, and the damage would be dependent on the state of the tide, varying from minor to moderate. The location of the proposed development on the upper terrace level of the site, combined with the proposed floor level, means that while the maximum tsunami, coincident with high tide and sea level rise of 1.06 in 2120, will be at the edge of the top terrace, it will be below the floor level. The lower terrace will be completely swamped and unusable for building.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tier. I read your evidence and it was relatively clear. I understand where you're coming from. Had a couple of questions. Can you explain to me what beach recession is?
As to what?
What beach recession is?
That's the coastline retreat.
Yeah, so that's the amount that it comes back. Yep.
Yes,
Yep.
that's amount sort of low tide level. the recession you get from it.
Do you have an idea, or do we have an idea scientifically as to where the point will be in the future where the current coastal accretion becomes recession? When's that tipping point likely to occur?
Yes.
No, is there an idea in terms of timescale as to when that's likely to occur?
Well, just based on the existing sea level rise or the predictions of that, and just with this Brun rule that helps estimate that, because essentially the whole coastal dune system moves back. It would be of the order of 100 metres.
Yep.
Just given, normally you get that from historical coastlines of the high tide level, and you measure it where it goes back. In the case of the Canterbury one, or Pegasus Bay, it has been building out very slowly but stopping. So at the moment, you can't sort of really pick the recession from, the underlying erosion. Underlying sort of erosion occurs when the sediments supply to the coast. And on top of that is insufficient. So like on the west coast of the South Island, there isn't enough sediment being supplied, so the coast is actually retreating. Sea level rises on top of that. So you look at historic photos, how far the coast high tide line has gone back. That gives you an indication. And on top of that, you add sea level rise. So it could be, well, it could get up to, say, 2 metres a year. But at that, it's in 100 years, it's only 2 metres a year. In 100 years, it's only 200 metres back.
Okay. If with climate change could also come changes in, other than sea level rise, also changes in weather patterns and predominant winds and predominant swells, which may affect coastal processes as well.
Yep.
Does that factor into these predictions?
It does in terms of uncertainty on it, because the level of sediment coming out of the Waimakere River that feeds the beaches south of there, it's not clear exactly what would happen to that. With higher rainfall, there may be more sand, but as the sea level gets up, some of that may be trapped back in the entrance to the harbour.
Yeah, we have that constant of the Waimakere River and the other rivers, don't we?
Yes.
And with higher rainfall on the western ranges, it's probably likely to have more sediment.
Yes, it's sort of uncertain what would happen if you get more.
With more feeding the coastal processes in terms of sand coming down, silt coming down. Yeah. If the dune structure between the Brooklands Lagoon and the beach at Spencerville were breached through recession, how would that impact on tsunami flows and other things?
Well, normally when that sort of happened, actually the dune system moves back, and it's moving into country that's sort of sand-based anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think that's sort of really covered in like a Brun River recession when you do that. Yeah. And it's already sort of breached at the point where the Waimak goes out.
Yes.
So you get a lot more flooding in behind it.
Yep. And what you're saying in terms of tsunami risk is that the risk is there, but you'd have to have a perfect storm of events in terms of high tides and lots of other factors in order to achieve the maximum.
Yes.
To that point. So it is more likely that it will be something less than, but not more than what you're saying.
Yeah, that's correct. So the last one, I think, was 2010 from the Chilean one. Yes. It arrived here at low tide. It would have been totally different if it had come at the top of the tide.
So there's only a 2-hour window per day,
yes,
per 12-hour period when that maximum effect might occur. Yeah.
But it's not just one wave, it's like a succession of them.
That's correct, yeah.
So you could, if you miss high tide on the first one, you might get it later in the sequence.
Yeah, I understand that. Okay, thank you.
Question clarification? Yes.
Now, just wait, Gary, there might be a question.
The clarification that the study was exclusive to the PPC area and that no modeling was done to achieve these conclusions. Is that correct?
No, the modelling for this particular one, the sort of city council work was done for the northern Christchurch area, which includes the Waimak, up to the Waimak River.
And that was the design storm that was designed for 2024, is that correct?
Well, it was the 2,500 year tsunami.
Oh.
But
when
you
I'm
look,
not asking about tsunami. I'm asking about wet weather events which are influenced by tidal events and flooding.
yeah, that is an extreme sea level, which was done all around New Zealand, and those figures were used for the extreme level here. In this case, that takes account of sea level rise out to the 100 years. The biggest storm, coincident, and that has storm surge. So that's sort of when the climate atmospheric pressure is lower, the sea builds up. That is wave setup. That's waves pushing the water towards the coast. That includes vertical land movement. It's everything chucked in, less the tsunami. It's the maximum you can get. This is effects from the sea.
Just to the PPC area, not Spencerville.
I think we've gone as far as we can with that. He gave an answer that it was a nationwide, that it's been done by NIWA across the whole country.
Yes.
Is that correct? It's not specific to one particular site or location.
Great, Gary. You're free to go or you're free to stay if you want. Mark. Oh, Mark.
Yes. My name's Mark Ryan Trainer. I prepared a statement of evidence dated 5th May 2026 in relation to geomorphology, geotechnical hazard, liquefaction, natural hazards, and plan change 23 Creek residential.
You have to speak up a little bit.
Oh, sorry.
You're quieter than I am.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
My qualifications and experience are set out in this statement of evidence. I confirm the conclusions in my statement of evidence that while the site's located within the wider Eastern Christchurch coastal plain environment and is there... Am I very quiet?
Very quiet. Yeah.
Sorry. While the site's located within the wider Eastern Christchurch coastal plain environment and is therefore susceptible to liquefaction-related hazards, these conditions are neither unusual nor unmanageable in the context of Christchurch development. The principal geotechnical hazards affecting the site are liquefaction, associated settlement, lateral spreading, and elevated groundwater conditions, particularly within the lower floodplain, adjacent to the Styx River. However, the proposed residential development is predominantly located in the upper terrace, which is assessed as having comparatively firmer, better drained, and more stable ground conditions.
Need a drink of water.
I think I do actually, sorry.
We've got a clean glass. If you keep going, and I'm not sure if that glass is.
The glass is unused.
Oh, that one? Oh, there you go.
I've got
Yep.
two.
Sorry.
That's all right.
So no significant or deal breaker geotechnical hazards have been identified that would preclude the proposed rezoning, particularly in relation to the upper terrace development area. The identified geotechnical hazards are considered capable of being appropriately managed through established engineering and subdivision design practices, including engineered field placement, foundation design, localised ground improvement, and further detailed geotechnical assessment at subsequent consenting stages. This site is broadly capable of achieving TC2 equivalent site performance outcomes, with any localised poorer ground conditions able to be addressed through detailed investigation and targeted remediation during subdivision development. The matters raised by the submitters and within the Section 42A peer review identified areas requiring further refinement and assessment, but do not demonstrate that the site is unsuitable for residential development. The matters are appropriately addressed through the normal progression to detailed subdivision design, resource consent and engineering assessment. Overall, I confirm that the available geotechnical information supports the conclusion that the site presents a low to moderate geotechnical hazard under the National Policy Statement for Natural Hazards 2005 framework, and the geotechnical hazard risk does not represent a prohibitive constraint to development of the site.
I just had a couple of questions for you. Some of the submitters have stated that they believe that the land is TC3, not TC2. Is that correct?
No, I don't believe it is TC3. I mean, our preliminary assessment, we've done a fairly detailed assessment across the site with liquefaction analysis.
Yeah.
It's all our results have come back as TC2 so far.
We've had some further evidence provided the last couple of days in relation to vertical movement. That's not discussed in your evidence because I think that's coming after you've prepared your evidence. Is there anything in addition that you would like to add to your conclusions in relation to those, to the VLM, the 400 millimetre over 100 years?
I mean, it's hard to assess at this stage, but I think based on the geology of the site, the settlement's going to be relatively low. If you're talking about raising the site and there's relation to settlement for that, I think that can be easily controlled and managed as well.
Yeah. Do you have any concerns about differential settlement as opposed to, I'm presuming that, I'm not sure, but that'll be a question I ask of the other witness about whether or not that settlement is across the site, whether it's uniform across the site or whether it's differential, and whether that may have an impact on building sites and development potential.
I mean, under earthquake conditions, a lot of sites will have differential settlement. It won't just be singular over the whole site. But these things are well manageable, and it happens all over Canterbury. You know.
And with the use of rough foundations and similar.
Yeah, foundation designs, ground improvements, stuff like that.
Okay. So the risk is managed through design, building design requirements.
That's right.
Thanks, Mr. Trainer. Yep.
Right. Yes, so Dr. Kearse is not available in the batting order at present. So we'll move to Dr. Dark. think you can go.
Thank you. My name is Andrew Lawton Dark. I prepared a statement of evidence dated 5th of May 2026 in relation to hydrology and Plan Change 23 Whisper Creek Residential. I'll also note that I participated in the joint witness statement on the overlap between geotechnical and hydrology issues, and I've prepared a supplementary statement of evidence. My qualifications and experience are set out in my statement of evidence. I confirm the conclusions in my statement of evidence that my evidence addresses the groundwater system at the PC23 site and the surrounding area, the effects of groundwater abstraction for potable water supply, the effects of earthworks and filling on groundwater, and responses to submissions and the Section 42A report. The site and the surrounding area are located within the Christchurch artesian groundwater system, which is characterised by a strongly stratified sequence of confined gravel aquifers, separated by low permeability aquitards. This stratification substantially limits vertical hydraulic connectivity, meaning that the effects of groundwater abstraction are generally limited to within individual aquifer layers. There is a clear distinction between the deeper aquifers used for public water supply and the shallow groundwater that needs to be accounted for in stormwater basin design and other aspects of civil design for future development of the site. Shallow groundwater beneath the site is part of the unconfined shallow groundwater system that contributes to base flow in the Styx River. There is no hydraulic connection between this shallow system and the deeper confined aquifers that would be targeted for public water supply as part of development of the PC23 site. Nearby measured groundwater levels from the past 10 years in the shallow unconfined layer indicate seasonally high shallow water tables, consistent with other parts of the Styx catchment and Greater Christchurch. The combined effects of sea level rise and vertical land movement will influence shallow groundwater levels at the site and the surrounding area. A conservative approximation is that shallow groundwater levels will rise by an amount equal to the combined SLR and VLM. A new standalone groundwater supply is proposed to service development enabled by PC23. Based on data from an existing deep bore on the site, groundwater abstraction at the required rates is feasible and is very unlikely to result in adverse interference effects on nearby bores. The depth separation between aquifers is the primary factor underpinning this conclusion. The Regional Council consenting process for abstraction from a new bore would address interference effects for the specific bore location and target depth once these have been determined. Indicative well yield analysis based on conservative assumptions and established analytical methods demonstrates that a new deep bore or a suitably designed wellfield comprised of more than one new bore could reliably meet average and peak water demands, including firefighting requirements. Saltwater intrusion is unlikely to be an issue given the presence of artesian pressures. These conclusions are based on analysis of existing bore data and conservative assumptions regarding aquifer behaviour, with more detailed assessment to be undertaken in the design and regional consenting stages. Earthworks and filling associated with development may result in localised changes to shallow groundwater behaviour. However, these effects are expected to be limited in spatial extent and magnitude and are unlikely to result in significant off-site or catchment scale effects. Submitter concerns relating to groundwater include potential interference with nearby bores, adequacy of water supply, and effects of development on groundwater levels. Based on my assessment, adverse interference effects on nearby bores are very unlikely. The proposed standalone water supply addresses concerns regarding capacity of existing infrastructure. Potential effects of development on groundwater levels are expected to be localised and minor. My evidence is consistent with the conclusions of the Section 42A report, that a new groundwater source will be required for water supply, and that effects of abstraction can be appropriately addressed through the regional consenting process. I agree that further data collection and analysis of groundwater levels, including consideration of climate change and sea level rise, is appropriately undertaken at subsequent stages of investigation and design. My overall conclusion is that both the deep and shallow layers of the groundwater system can support development of the site without giving rise to significant adverse effects. In my opinion, there are no groundwater-related constraints that would prevent the development enabled by PC23, and any potential effects can be appropriately managed through detailed design and the resource consenting process.
Thank you, Mr. Dark. I've got a reasonably good understanding of what you're saying in your evidence. I'm reasonably familiar with the ECAN requirements for groundwater consents for water takes and how they're dealt with as well. So I won't ask you about those. As I see it, there's two issues here. One of them is shallow and one of them is deep.
Correct.
Deep, we're looking at the water supply, and from what I understand, that's several layers below the area where it might be affected by the Styx River and the upper levels or stormwater infiltration or anything else going through there. And at the depth of, we're talking about 80 metres plus probably for the bore, is significantly similar to the existing bore on the site, which is well below the depth, and it's probably at a different layer from other water takes in the area.
Correct.
Yeah. So, but notwithstanding that, that is a matter which ECAN would have to consider in terms of its well interference effects assessment at such time as an application is made in any case.
That's right.
So it's subject to another process outside this room. Correct?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah. In terms of the shallower aquifer effects, again, you've identified the need for further work to be done there, and that would be a design stage work, and that's predominantly in relation to stormwater management and how that interferes, how that interacts with the upper aquifers which feed the lower parts of the Styx River.
Correct, yes.
Yeah. So one of the likely impacts of that is really going to be an impact on flow levels in the lower parts of the Styx and flood levels because of higher water tables.
One thing that I've addressed in my supplementary evidence is a broad estimate of the scale of effect on the Styx River. The Styx is predominantly fed by springs in the headwaters, and then as the channel makes its way down, there is a contribution from the shallow groundwater system. So if you work on the basis that contribution is reasonably even over the length of the channel, and then proportion that to the length of channel that the site is adjacent to, then that gives you an upper bound of about 6%.
Yes.
So that's before you take into account the fact that most of the water is actually coming from the springs and the headwaters, and also that the development of the site would not completely remove or disrupt shallow groundwater recharge from the site to the Styx River. So that 6% effect is a very conservative upper bound. That's something that could be investigated further in subsequent design stages, and I imagine there'd be an opportunity to show that scale of effect with less uncertainty around it. But that broad assessment from first principles gives an overall picture.
But given, I'm presuming that the main determinants of changes to upper level groundwater are going to be the provision of permeable services and permeable services on the development area, which is going to lead to higher flows going into the stormwater retention areas and into the stormwater area, which I understand with sea level rise and a flood event, those areas are likely to be inundated more regularly in any case. Is that right?
Correct, yes. And the shallow groundwater system will respond to sea level rise, and there's interactions between the surface water and the groundwater.
Yeah. So we're looking at an area which the response to sea level rise is likely to be increased inundation of those lower areas of the Styx anyway, with or without development. Is that correct? Okay, thank you.
Where are you, Andy? Just wait till you get your summary.
Okay, Mr. Commissioner, my name is Andrew James Emmett Hall. I prepared a statement of evidence in relation to infrastructure, Three Waters and flooding, and Plan Change 23, Whisper Creek residential. Everyone over to here, okay?
Yeah, much better.
Thank you. My qualifications and experience are set out in the statement of evidence. I confirm the following conclusions in my statement of evidence in relation to stormwater and flooding, wastewater and water supply. Firstly, dealing with stormwater and flooding. The site is affected by projected long-term flood levels. The lower terrace is located within a flood management ponding area, and as such, no urban development is proposed on the lower terrace. Modelling has predicted a future flood level of 2.88 based on a 1 in 200 year event that includes a 1.2 metre of sea level rise due to climate change. Adding another negative 400 millimetres of vertical land movement and 400 millimetres of freeboard gives us a finished floor level of 3.68 to ensure homes are free of future flood inundation. However, it is proposed that the site will adopt a finished floor level of 4.10 to accommodate elevated groundwater levels, stormwater storage depths, and the required freeboard necessary to ensure stormwater basins function effectively. The target finished floor level of 4.1 is therefore a function of basin design rather than the lower heights necessary to ensure habitable rooms are above the target flood events. The FFL of 4.1 easily accommodates the area's vertical land movement, conservatively predicted at negative 400 millimetres over the next 100 years. The FFL of 4.1 necessitate the filling of the upper terrace development area by an average of approximately a metre. It's not uncommon for there to be this extent of fill on sites in Christchurch, and I'm dealing with similar situations in Hallsville and Papanui. Caucusing has been carried out with the council stormwater engineers, and a joint witness statement has been agreed. We agree that the FFL mitigation in place, the flood-related natural hazard risk is low to moderate in terms of the national policy statement for natural hazards. We note that there has been no expert evidence provided by submitters on this subject. Moving on to wastewater. It has been agreed with Council that the proposed development will be serviced for wastewater with a local pressure sewer network that will pump to Spencerville. Following modelling and testing of the existing downstream infrastructure, the wastewater pump station at Spencerville will be upgraded to deal with the additional flows, and the accompanying rising sewer will be rejuvenated. Once again, caucusing has been carried out with the Council wastewater engineers, and a joint witness statement has been agreed confirming the site can be serviced for wastewater following localised upgrades. And again, there has been no expert evidence provided by submitters on this subject. Finally, water supply. There is no spare water supply capacity in Spencerville. The proposed development will be required to install a new bore field and water treatment plant to Council standards. The new water supply will be designed and built to service the proposed development for domestic supply and firefighting to the usual standard. The new water supply will be connected to the Spencerville water supply network. And once again, caucusing has been carried out with the Council water supply engineers. A joint witness statement has been agreed, confirming the site will be serviced for potable water. And once again, there's been no expert evidence provided by submitters on this subject. I do refer to a couple of other matters which can be read, but I will draw attention to point number 23. I would also like to address the potential traffic causeway to Lower Styx Road that as an extension of the Teeps Road, as is referenced in Mr. Cleese's evidence. Such a causeway would be an impediment to flood flows and would elevate upstream flood levels. And I've shown a diagram there showing the flood modelling. You can probably just make out the bridge and the road which passes through there at the moment. As you can see, it's quite inundated. The dark blue area is the 1 in 200 year event. And I would not encourage this connection unless it was critical for traffic purposes. I would otherwise expect the current route to be utilised for pedestrians, cycles and horses.
My understanding from reading the evidence in relation to that causeway is that and Lower Styx Road would need to be raised by some 2.5 metres in order to achieve that.
There would have to be some significant work to make it a feasible route of escape, I guess, in flood conditions. Certainly, we'd encourage people to go back towards Marshlands Road.
Yep. Okay, you've participated in 2 joint witness statements. First with Mr. Norton in relation to the flooding and stormwater issue. And my reading of that is that there were no areas of disagreement.
That's correct.
In relation to that.
Full agreement.
Yeah. Okay, and we have no other expert evidence on those matters. I won't ask you further on that. In relation to wastewater, we do have submitter evidence from Mr. Messerly which questions some of the modelling used for the wastewater calculations. Any comment on that?
Yes, I understand from Council that Mr. Messerly interrogated their modelling to quite some extent. I've asked the Council whether there was any grounds to Mr. Messerly's inquiries, and they were able to confirm to me that all of the modelling had been done correctly and to quite some extent, and I'm satisfied with the answers that I received from the Council and satisfied with the modelling techniques that they're using.
Yeah. At the end of the day, whatever modelling techniques are used, you've come to the conclusion that upgrades to the sewage network in terms of Spencerville pump station and other parts of the network are required in any case, and that'll have to be done in discussion with the Council and in accordance with meeting the Council's requirements. So,
yes, that's correct. It's an interesting area. There was a significant number of other homes in the Brooklands area which actually passed through this infrastructure.
Which no longer do.
They're no longer there. Yeah. But in the interim period, there has not been a significant amount of maintenance carried out on particularly the rising main. And so it's our intention to pick that line.
Yeah, you think it's gone from 4 to 2.8 in terms of.
That's right. Yeah, what it should be modelled at and how it's performing is quite a disparity.
Higgins blowing something through the pipe to clear it out, isn't it?
Yeah, either a ball or something that can do a cotton reel, drag it through.
Okay, yep. So several submitters have commented that the existing sewage network is not capable of taking what's proposed, but
yes,
that's to be addressed by works to be done.
Yeah, absolutely agree that in its current state that it's not suitable, but very happy with the modelling that's been carried out. And from my own experience, I know that the rejuvenation does work, and it should have probably been done some time ago, but it's going to be left for the developer to do it.
Has the main from Brooklands been affected by the earthquake in terms of its gravity feed or capacity or?
From what I can tell, from where we connect, which is at the corner of Spencerville and Lower Styx, from there through to the pump station, it's not in bad shape.
Yeah. There's a pump station at Spencerville now, isn't there?
Yes.
Up opposite the.
We'll probably upgrade the pumps as well. They do degrade over time.
Yep.
So the community will get a better asset at the end of it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hall.
Thank you.
Commissioner?
Clarification?
Clarification.
Yes.
The assessment by the City Council, McDonald, together with Mr. Hall, was the modeling was to assess the feasibility of mitigation measures such as pump, improvement, et cetera. But did they assess risk to the city of unforeseen extreme events that would cause through flooding and contamination due to wastewater failure of such an event like what happened in Auckland in 2023? Did it assess risk as opposed to assess operational feasibility?
Sorry, are we talking stormwater or wastewater?
Wastewater.
Wastewater. Sorry, can you ask the question again? Sorry.
Did you, I understand you assessed the operational requirements for what would be needed to improve the system so that you would have enough capacity. Okay. But did that assessment assess the risk of future unanticipated events due to high floodwaters and surcharges from the wastewater system that would contaminate the Spencerville catchment area?
Yes. Okay. There are extreme events. Okay, and you can't fully expect to design for every absolute unknown extreme event. But in the process of designing a sewage system, we add safety factors for inundation from groundwater, from inundation from stormwater, for peaking during the day, and stormwater is an interesting thing, that with every element of stormwater, in fact with sewerage as well, you apply a safety factor, and safety factor upon safety factor, these propagation of safety factors give you quite a degree of comfort. And I have been through the council's modelling, and I'm satisfied absolutely that they've gone to the nth degree to make sure that we've got a system which is safe to a reasonable level. Certainly since the earthquakes, we've been applying a significant amount of added resilience to the wastewater networks. I've had a look at the direct pipes between the pump station in Spencerville and Parklands, and I think that I can make significant improvements there. So yeah, I'm comfortable with where we're going with wastewater.
In relation to that, that is something which would need to be taken into account with any rezoning or any development anywhere in the city. So is there anything specific
Yes.
about this site which differs, or any other rezoning proposal would have to go through a similar exercise in terms of...
Absolutely. In fact, we've never had better data than we have right now. The council have been adding a lot of resource to ensuring that the network is in a good state. They're trying to ensure that areas are developed where there is capacity. I've got other developments all over town, and some of them just simply don't have the capacity, and so they're just not going anywhere. We are being stopped. There are existing zoned land in Prebbleton, for instance, where we just cannot develop any further at the moment because we're not comfortable with where the wastewater is. But this is not the case here.
So for a while.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Joe, are you good for me to go?
Yes, you can go.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Ready? Oh, thank you. My name is Christopher Brett Mongillo. I prepared a statement of evidence dated 5 May 2026 in relation to contamination and plan change 23 Whisper Creek Residential. My qualifications and experience are set out in that statement of evidence. I confirm in the conclusions of my statement of evidence that Zephyr Environmental Limited has prepared a land contamination preliminary site investigation, or PSI, for plan change 23 Whisper Creek residential land area. The PSI has identified one or more potentially contaminating land use activities included on the Ministry for the Environment's Hazardous Activities and Industry List, or HAIL, on every property included in the proposed plan change area. Most of these sources of contamination are related to common farming practice activities or the use of building materials containing contaminants to construct and maintain structures on the land. Most of the HAIL land uses identified in the plan change area were in centrally located farming and residential building compounds within subject properties, well away from nearby surface water bodies. The contaminants of concern identified for these HAILs are common and include asbestos, heavy metals, organic and inorganic pesticides, petroleum, and other petroleum-related chemicals, namely polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons and volatile organic compounds. The PSI report concluded that prior to development of the land, detailed site investigations with soil sampling for laboratory analysis should be completed at all HAIL locations, and if necessary, remedial action should be planned for and undertaken to make the land safe for its intended future use. Following the plan change, there will be two major consenting stages in the future development of the land: subdivision and building construction. And during consenting, Christchurch City Council and Environment Canterbury have discretion to impose investigation and remediation of the subject land consistent with the National Environmental Standard for Assessing and Managing Contaminants in Soil to Protect Human Health, or the NESCS, prior to the commencement of any earth-disturbing activities on the land. Therefore, conditions included in the future subdivision and building consents for land development occurring within the proposed plan change area will very likely require preparation and development of specific DSI reports remedial action plans, site management plans, and erosion and sediment control plans as necessary. These reports and plans will identify the nature and extent of contamination within the development, detail the selected remedial processes to address it, and provide guidance to workers for reducing the risk of being exposed to contaminants or of contaminated soil mobilizing off the site. In summary, the NESCS process has the effect of substantially reducing the risk of land contamination being overlooked or mismanaged during future developments. In response to submissions made by the public regarding the plan change proposal and related risks to nearby surface water bodies, I have expressed the opinion that local surface water quality may improve following residential development of the land. The basis of that opinion is that following residential development, the land will substantially be more stabilized from erosional forces that can mobilize contaminants relative to farming conditions where large areas of land are routinely plowed. I conclude that, in my opinion, since the proposed plan change is solely administrative, and since future development of the land will be subject to the NESCS administered by Christchurch City Council with involvement from Environment Canterbury, the plan change is unlikely to have a more than minor effect on the environment from a land contamination perspective. I'd also like to add that the S42 report is completely in agreement with my conclusions.
Thank you, Mr. Mongillo. I don't have any questions for you because I don't think anything that you're saying has been contested by any evidence.
I don't think so either.
Or anything. In relation to the potential mobilisation of contaminants entering the Styx River, which has been raised in its submissions, this application will require construction phase of stormwater consents from Environment Canterbury.
Absolutely.
Which will have to address that amongst other issues, and being a hail site that pushes up the discretionary activity.
That was actually one of the points that I made in my evidence, is that those sediment controls that will be in place during the development are actually quite a bit more robust than what is used normally in a farming environment.
That's correct, yes. So ultimately, with the creation of the ecological restoration and the flood retention basins, would you consider that the risk of contaminants entering the Styx River will in the long term be less or more?
Less.
The same?
I think it's going to be significantly less. I mean, you're taking away a practice of applying chemicals to land intentionally and then disturbing the land regularly and substituting it with stabilized land that has grass growing and amenity gardens that's mostly paved and has, buildings on it. And so there's substantially less erosion that it can occur. The contaminants of concern at these sites are not mobile, they're not very mobile in a dissolve phase. So they're going to be moving as attached to soil. So if you control the soil, then you're controlling the contaminants.
My understanding of what I've read is that the site, it's a former farm site, so it's automatically a hail site anyway, but the two areas of specific concern are related to two quite discrete landfill or waste disposal areas on the site.
Yeah,
and the balance of the site.
Farm tips
there's no significant history of pesticide application or
not that I'm aware of. Yeah, I mean, there is some horticultural activity, some market gardening, and they may have applied copper or lead arsenate back in the day, but one of those is one of those horticultural areas is relatively recent, and it postdates the ban on organochlorine pesticides, which are one of the most persistent pesticide contaminants. So the risk at that site of being contaminated to a degree that would risk the environment is moderate, I'd say, moderate to low.
But the risk with normal farming practices
is moderate to high.
Is greater than the risk with a development proposal which has to go through a consent process.
That's my opinion, yes.
Okay. The other potential source of contamination from a residential development is contaminants from roads and other hard stand areas within the site itself.
This is true.
Have you any comments on the risk to Styx River and other environments through that?
Well, so the stormwater that is collected on paved areas and rooftops they traditionally are assessed as having contaminants in them, either suspended solids, even if that is not, if it's just pure soil and it's not contaminated, or metals that dissolve into water off roofs, or petroleum lubricants and what have you that is on the road and on the roading materials themselves. I rely on the design of the stormwater system that has to comply with this Christchurch City Council global stormwater discharge consent issued by Environment Canterbury. So there are going to be requirements in the design prior to discharge at the river, right? That will remove those contaminants to the level that is appropriate. And any other flow of stormwater across land that would enter into the Styx River from the fully developed site would pass through meters and meters of grassland and then the riparian strip, and so it would be treated very well as well.
Given that the site's a hail site, it won't comply with the global discharge consent, will it?
It will not during construction.
No,
It'll
not
need an
construction
operational
phase.
discharge, or a construction phase discharge.
Correct, yeah.
That's right. There may be, to be fair, you're calling the site a hail site.
Yeah.
There are hails on the site.
Correct.
Right, so there could be, depending on staging of the development, there could be periods where they're not actually disturbing contaminated land, so it might.
But it triggers a process
It
through
does,
ECAN, and that ECAN process is able to deal with the effects of construction phase stormwater.
Absolutely.
Contaminant.
They have a toolbox online that provides construction managers options for different methods to control stormwater. They will require a written erosion and sediment control plan prepared by a civil engineer and certified by that civil engineer. And then there will be an inspection by City Council prior to the beginning of earthworks to make sure that the stormwater controls are in place and operational. They'll be required to inspect those controls all throughout the whole earth disturbing activities, not the city, but the actual developers will have a routine daily inspection and maintenance. And it's a pretty robust system, actually, I find.
And my last question, so from what you're saying, is there anything that distinguishes this site from any other development site in the Christchurch area?
It's cleaner.
In terms of
It's likely to be cleaner than many of the ones that I've worked on because there's so much land that's probably not contaminated.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Any clarification? I can go? I can go? Yes. Thanks, Chris.
My name is Annabelle Julia Coates. I prepared a statement of evidence dated 5 May 2026 in relation to ecology and plan change 23 Whisper Creek residential. My qualifications and experience are set out in that statement of evidence. I confirm that the conclusions of my statement of evidence that the Plan Change 23 site contains ecological features of varying value. Values are generally limited to freshwater features, the Styx River, Spencerville Drain and intermittent wetlands, which are all located outside of the proposed residential zoning. The Styx River has high ecological values, Spencerville Drain has moderate values, and the wetlands have negligible to low values. The Styx River and its margins are identified as a site of ecological significance in the Christchurch District Plan. Riparian vegetation near the Styx River includes dense willow growth and other weed species. Plan Change 23 represents an excellent opportunity for restoration and/or enhancement of the riparian area adjacent to the river. Planting and revegetation will increase fauna habitat abundance and quality, increase the value of existing wetlands, and provide buffering functions to the Styx River, such as filtration of overland flow, bank stability, and increased shading. Plan Change 23 is also a catalyst for enhancing ecological values through the restoration of Spencerville Drain, which ultimately would have been left degraded under the current land use of the site. Terrestrial values are limited to modified, low-value habitat for lizards and birds, typical of any agriculturally dominated environment. At-risk and threatened birds may periodically be present in the site. However, high-value and more diverse habitat is present in the immediate vicinity, such as the Styx River and Brooklands Lagoon. Lizard values are limited due to the grazed nature of the site. The main impacts associated with urban development relate to the disturbance of terrestrial fauna and the potential impacts from discharges of stormwater to freshwater environments. Impacts on terrestrial fauna can be adequately managed through standard practices, such as lizard salvage and relocation. Minor displacement of birds will not impact the wider bird population. Residential areas avoid all freshwater features. Effects are likely to be limited to effects of stormwater. Appropriate stormwater management should mitigate potential impacts on freshwater features. The development of the stormwater basins also presents a significant opportunity for ecological improvement, enhancement, and restoration. The basins are likely to provide ecological values through the introduction of native vegetation and provision of fauna habitat. I note that there are no major points of disagreement between myself and Dr. Shadbolt, and as such, no joint witness statement was needed. In my opinion, Plan Change 23 has been designed to acknowledge and protect key existing ecological features and values while enabling future residential development in areas of low ecological value. It creates opportunities and acts as a catalyst to enhance existing ecological features.
Okay, thank you. Look, I had noted that there was no disagreement between you and Dr. Shadbolt, so I didn't, for that reason, have many questions for you. One thing that I was going to ask you about, the discussion that I've just had with Mr. Mongello about stormwater management and consents required for stormwater discharges and the risk of contaminants, that's been raised by submitters. From what you heard from Mr. Mongello, are you satisfied that stormwater discharge post-development and during construction phases can be managed to ensure that there's no adverse effects on the ecological values of the Styx River?
Yes.
Yeah.
Obviously, I rely on the design by the engineers who have to design to certain standards, but providing the function as they're designed and the basins operate correctly, there's no reason to expect any degradation as a result of this development.
Given the ecological restoration being proposed and the zoning of the land along the river, do you think there is a net benefit from an ecological perspective or neutral?
If the planting along the river occurs, absolutely a net benefit. My understanding is that a subdivision consent would require an esplanade strip essentially to be taken along that river boundary, and that planting is what will have the most benefit to the river. The realignment of Spencerville Drain, which has to occur if this plan change goes ahead, will also result in a massive net improvement on Spencerville Drain.
I think the Esplanade Reserve requirements are only triggered if a subdivision involves land which adjoins the river, so it depends on where the title boundaries go, whether or not a particular stage may or may not do that.
Absolutely. And with regards to buffers, I guess, planted buffers, the width of a buffer is, who knows what the correct width of a buffer is to provide ecological value. Any width is better than nothing. Obviously 100 metres is better than 50 metres, which is better than 20 metres. But the whatever strip is planted will have improvements and will have influences on the river.
Do you think there's any advantage in having requirements built into any plan change rules in relation to the timing of those ecological enhancements and development?
The preference is that they occur early, particularly if you're filtering overland flow. Obviously, any earthworks will require erosion and sediment control plans anyway. But the added protection that a buffer strip would provide would have benefits, absolutely. For Spencerville drain realignment or naturalisation, I have no strong opinion on that. It would make sense just to stage that with an appropriate stage of earthworks.
And that's going to happen in terms of the creation of the stormwater retention areas, and in any case, in order for the development to proceed.
Yes.
It can't proceed without realigning the drain.
Yes.
Yeah.
And there'll be bigger considerations with regards to timing and having machinery on site, and it would make sense to do it all that area at once.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is David John Compton-Mower. I prepared a statement of evidence in relation to landscape and urban design and Plan Change 23, Whisper Creek Residential. My qualifications and experience are set out in that statement of evidence. I was involved in court scene in the preparation of the joint witness statement for urban design and landscape issues. I confirm that the conclusions of my statement of evidence that the proposal enables a residential neighbourhood of approximately 800 dwellings at a density consistent with the residential new neighbourhood zone with a small neighbourhood commercial hub. The proposal is located in a modified peri-urban environment which is characterised by pastoral land uses and fragmented vegetation patterns that anticipates urban scale development under the SPGR zoning. When assessed against the outcomes anticipated under the site's existing zoning, which already anticipates urban scale resort development under the zoning, the proposed change represents substitution of one form of anticipated urban development with another. The proposal is close to existing urban development in Preston and Belfast, with the gap closing as existing rural urban fringe areas within the city become more suitable for future housing supply. I anticipate that urban development will continue to extend northwards, with Whisper Creek eventually becoming integrated into the wider urban network, not dissimilar to how growth has occurred around Horswall or Prebbleton. One in particular is probably the Horswall the Longhurst subdivision in Horsell, it's got similar characteristics. The proposed ODP provides an appropriate framework tool to ensure a well-functioning urban environment can be achieved with a high level of accessibility and connectivity, a mix of housing typologies available, and access to services and amenities like Oruru, Hia Model School, Spencer Park and the beach. The additional shared path links to the school in Spencerville, not shown on the ODP but included in the narrative, provide further accessibility for existing and future residents. The current ODP provides an appropriate level of detail to ensure urban outcomes will be achieved, while refinement of the proposal can and will occur at the subdivision stage. The proposed ODP is consistent with the level of detail provided in other ODPs, examples within Christchurch City. I note agreement amongst the urban design experts that the inclusion of the 4 lifestyle blocks in the northwestern quadrant of the site is positive in terms of delivering a logical urban edge. That said, I consider the proposal could still function as a well-functioning urban environment, even if the 4 lifestyle blocks were not included as a proposal, as it is of sufficient scale without these properties. The joint witness statement likewise confirmed agreement that the inclusion of the commercial hub is an important component of the design. I support the ODP narrative providing for its protection for a period of 10 years. I'm also comfortable with the amended location of the network of the centre adjacent to the intersection of the internal collective road network, and I've attached an illustration showing the look and feel that could result. And that's just appended at the back. A large percentage of the sites will be retained and enhanced as stormwater basins, farmland, open space and wetland, with riparian restoration proposed along the Styx River. There are significant ecological, landscape and recreational benefits from the proposal. Landscape character effects are assessed as low, visual effects are assessed as very low to low following mitigation. Considerable work has been undertaken of the proposed edge treatments along Teeps, Turners and Spencerville Road. I consider the receiver environment has an undulating character already, with the site below the existing roads in many locations. Filling will be localised and not considered to be a scale which have a discernible effect, especially with the proposed landscape treatments along road boundaries and the gently undulating topography common across the wider area. I do not consider it necessary to implement further development controls, including lower building heights, colour controls, or increased side yard setbacks. I consider the proposed large perimeter lots, increased building setbacks from Teeps, Turners and Spencerville, and a 3 metre wide planted buffer strip sufficient to mitigate potential adverse landscape and visual amenity effects. In conclusion, in my opinion, PC23 is appropriate from both an urban design and landscape perspective, and the proposed ODP will ensure the development of a well-functioning urban environment.
And you might just want to talk to your illustration.
Yeah, so this is sort of this is my picture that has evolved, particularly after Core Casino. We moved on the ODP. We've moved one of the recreation spaces up into the northwestern quadrant. Originally, it was placed by the commercial centre, so there was that benefit of co-locating the open space with the commercial area and the higher density housing. I do think an important component of this commercial area is that whether it's a paved or grass area, but they do provide some sort of space in that development, almost like a village square or town square, that sort of function to it. The view is that the commercial area will be sort of finer grain shops. You potentially might have I think the maximum you'd get maybe would be a 4 square building, sort of similar to Hamner, but then the rest would be a takeaway, hairdressers, maybe childcare, gym, but all very low scale buildings that would meet the daily needs of the residents. Important to have it in the development though too, because I think if you just had a purely residential development, then it lacks those amenities that the residents are going to need or want.
Okay. Interested in your comment about the gap between the site questions in Belfast filling it in the future.
Yeah.
On what basis do you think that's likely to happen?
I think I think I used the word suitable for future housing supply, and I think that it's based on knowledge of subdivisions that are currently under construction that are coming closer, and market conditions, the land value, and just it seems like a tongue of rural urban tongue that comes into the city down to Marston's Road and down to QE2. If you're looking at a city in just concentric circles, you'd see that developing over time. It's close to amenities. It's part of the wider transport network. It's just a matter of time.
We've got three quite large constraints in that corridor, being the motorway,
yes,
the Styx River, and HPL.
Yes.
So, and given those three things, do you think it's likely that development's going to extend out that way?
I do still. I think, when you look at most cities, it gets to a certain point when those constraints can be overcome, and the land value gets to a point where it's worth developing those sites.
Yeah. I'm interested in the approach, there's been various descriptions of this development as an urban village, or a rural, like a village type development.
Yes.
And comparisons have been made to Taitap and Prebbleton and other areas which historically around the city have existed as small settlements and then been consumed by the greater city as it grows around it.
Yeah. Yes.
Those haven't been planned situations though, have they? They've been a situation where those small settlements have existed historically.
Yes. Yeah.
Back to the days when there were small farm settlements and or whatever. Are you aware of situations where villages effectively are created outside of a city centre with the anticipation that the city will grow into it in future as a planned outcome, as opposed to a consequential outcome of existing situations?
I think all sort of how growth occurs is different every time. I think you could look at the Longhurst subdivision in Hallswell, which just after the earthquakes, that wasn't fast tracking at that time, but it was sped up. It was for 1,400 houses. It was on the edge of Christchurch City. There was farmland surrounding it, so it wasn't marketed as a village per se, but at that stage it could have been described as being disconnected. The city has since moved out to Longhurst, and now it's a well-established urban environment. I'm trying to think. Pegasus obviously is not a village, but it's very much a planned new settlement of a bigger scale. I can't remember the number of houses in there. Probably seem to increase.
Possibly.
And there are other developments that I don't know if that we're fast tracking on in terms of Ohoka, and that potentially has a village characteristic. It's master planned from scratch. But then you have Prebbleton, which is still called Prebbleton Village, and a lot of their I guess the material that comes across, or their signages. But that's one that sort of is Selwyn District, but it has grown. It hasn't been planned. It's starting to now, but it's very much coming within Christchurch City's. I guess
still a bit of a gap there.
It's still a bit of a gap, but it's very, very small. And when you read I think it's one of the policy statements earlier, there was an intention to have that rural land between Christchurch City and Prebbleton retained.
That goes back to PC one.
Yeah, I think that came out later on, but that, that's almost it's almost an industrial corridor through that strip there. If you looked at it just purely on a character point of view rather than a zoning perspective.
Yeah, something motivated that.
Mm.
Yeah. Moving on to edge treatment, discussions between yourselves and the other experts, you've all agreed that treatment of the 4 sites at the top corner on Turner's Road frontage needs to take into account lower densities in those areas.
Yes, yep.
And there seems to be, from what I can see, some general agreement between the 3 of you as to what that should be.
Yep.
Has there been any consideration as to the impact on that on overall development yields and densities across the whole site? We're going to be taking some of the sites out.
Well, yeah, so we've still got that minimum 15 households per hectare that has to be met.
So they have to go elsewhere.
Yeah, it has to go elsewhere, which is good because then we do end up with diversity of housing typologies. So there is provision in there for some medium density housing. So I could, and that's a good aspect that hopefully within this development you will get a wide range of housing types. So then it caters to a wider bit of the market, but then people can actually move within the development as their lifestyle changes.
From a lot of the assessment so far has dealt with the effects of the proposal in relation to the NPSUD requirements and so forth in terms of the function of the urban area. Moving now to the effects of the development on people who live around it.
Yes.
Which isn't something which the NPS directly involves itself with. But it's another issue under the plans that we need to look at. Is there anything that sets this development aside from any other situation around the city where urban rezoning is occurring adjacent to rural land? I mean, it's happening all the time around the city.
Yes, it is.
Is there anything particularly sensitive or
No, I
sensitive?
don't think so. I think this is, I hate saying it is, but it is a typical urban edge situation where you're getting development on the edge of the city starting to occur where there's that degree of change. I think it's important to sort of look forward in that any interface treatment that we do impose has the ability to be modified in the future as the area develops. I think potentially some areas in Prebbleton might suffer where they've used larger lots on the outskirts as that interface treatment or buffer, and that's prevented good levels of connectivity and accessibility and interface between the two being much more blurred. I think what we've got on the ODP though does address those issues, and that so we don't have those connectivity issues that occur elsewhere.
Most new rezonings or new developments around the city have occurred in a planned manner. They've been on areas which have been identified for greenfield development in the regional planning documents and so forth, where there's an expectation of people around there that a rezoning or a development is going to occur. We have an unanticipated development outside of those forecast development patterns, such as occurring here.
Yeah.
When there's a pathway in the NPSUD for dealing with it.
Yeah.
But does that make the site or the proposal and its effects on neighbours one where there is a higher degree of sensitivity to change than what would occur in other areas where development is more anticipated than it might be here?
Yeah, maybe slightly higher, but then we've still got the golf course resort zoning as well, which is an urban style development. There were 150 potential houses with that development, and they were large. I think it's either 300 or 400 square metre maximum house size. Those are quite substantial houses.
But with the golf course.
Yeah, with a golf course. So it was an urban development, but with a different level of spaciousness and development. But I don't think, in terms of the regional policy statements and the Area 1 map, I don't think that the site. I think the interface treatments that we provided and the nature of the site actually successfully mitigate any of those effects on the joining properties.
By the revised proposals within the
Yes, yep.
And the 20 metre setback as opposed to.
Yep. And the nice thing about that too now is that it's there's probably going to be a step in the buildings, any future houses, some on the smaller sites they'll be 10 metres back, but then the bigger sites they'll be 20, and so then you won't get that wall effect of dwellings. I haven't got a concern over building height because I think realistically the majority of houses will be single storey anyway, but it would actually be quite nice having some 2-storey houses. I don't think there's the need to actually screen the development completely.
In your joint witness statement, there's been some disagreement between yourself and Ms. Schroeder about the appropriate existing environment, which she seems to still prefer a rural environment as being the baseline based on, is that based on current land use as opposed to anticipated zone land use, or is it based on, I'd have to ask her that, what's your understanding of that?
You need to ask Ms. Schroeder where her opinion starts, but from my point of view, it is very much a peri-urban environment, very close to the edge of the city. We've got an urban zoning, or it anticipates urban inform in there, and you got the settlement of Spencerville close by as well.
Yep.
So, and just looking at the nature of a lot of the sites, they're relatively small holdings. They're not large farms. They're very different to, say, South Canterbury, where you have one house and then you just have paddocks for whatever. It's very much a area that's broken up into a lot of smaller compartments.
That's pretty typical of the entire northeast Christchurch.
Yes,
rural urban fringe area.
Yes, and there's a lot of activities that are occurring within those sites that are not just purely residential.
In relation to the NPSUD and the Policy 1 matters, one of the matters is obviously we're looking at the overall urban form and whether it meets the six requirements, and as we've heard, that's taken over the city as a whole, not as a site-specific level. Ms. Schroeder has raised some concerns about what she's viewed as being the relative isolation of this site from other development sites. Well, have you got any comments in terms of that and of the relative isolation in terms of whether that constitutes a well-functioning urban environment in terms of?
I think if I go back to my proximity map, that was in my original through the evidence. Yeah, I disagree. I don't think the site's isolated at all. I think when you look at its proximity, it's similar distance from the central city as Prebbleton, Sumner. I know Sumner's different, it's sort of developed, but I wouldn't describe that Sumner as isolated. Some Christchurch residents might go,
depends on the traffic.
Yeah, traffic, but it's actually a lot closer than you think. Preston's is developing quickly. It's sort of the new world there. We've got a Mitre 10 mega, and there's other developments that are happening around that intersection of Preston's, Marston's Road, which is it's 3 or 4 k's away, and so it's a relative thing in terms of isolation. When you look at the wide area in terms of Rangiora, Woodend, Ihoka, Kaiapoi, Lincoln, Rolleston, Taitapu, they're sort of all in that. They're all within easy distance of the city.
Is it consistent with the compact urban form?
Well, I think it's impossible to get your city to just go like that. Like I know we've discussed this in a lot of hearings. We're always trying to achieve that, and we think the growth should just go out like that, but it never does. It goes along transport routes, or there'll be a land ownership will come into the mix that might cause development to jump an area. But yeah, I'd say it is. Within that, if you were looking at the city and going, well, you've got a 5k radius. This is right on the edge of that, and so it is infilling the urban form.
Okay. So we can go there. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right.
It's now 12:25.
Yes, so I think that means we're 5 minutes early for lunch, but we can come back and have Dr. Pierce and then Mr. Peace.
Yes,
And then the only other one we have to fit in is Mr. Mata Gabriel Wall at 3:15. But I don't know whether some of the submitters would like to be heard this afternoon.
That's what I was going to suggest. If there's anybody here who's scheduled to be talking tomorrow, who thinks they might be able to talk this afternoon if there's time, perhaps during the break if they can talk to Dylan, who's the councilperson, just let him know, and we can adjust the timetables accordingly. Is there anybody here who thinks that might be a possibility at this point?
I can't really hear what you're saying.
No.
Would anybody like to talk this afternoon who's scheduled to talk tomorrow but is here? Okay.
We might end up with a bit of a gap, but
We might, yes.
Yep. John, are you just going to talk at 3:15?
Slowly.
Just thinking of the
Can he hear us? Do you want to introduce yourself because he knows you? Do you want to go and say hello to Tallulah because you don't know anyone else? No. Can you hear us?
Jesse, can you hear us? You don't hear that? Yes.
Wave at him and introduce yourself, Tallulah.
Hi, I'm Tallulah. I'm who you've been talking to over the phone and emails. Thank you for attending.
Graham, do you want to put your hand up so he knows you're the commissioner?
Yes, I'm the commissioner over here in the corner.
He's the one asking you the questions, do you see? Yep.
Won't be me.
Just your summary. Have you got the summary? So if you just read that out, and then the commissioner might ask you some questions. Yeah. Thanks. So you can probably, is there anything else you wanted to say in summary, Jesse, or are you happy for the commissioner to ask you some questions now?
Okay, thank you. I had the opportunity to read your evidence yesterday, and it seems relatively clear to me what you're saying. I just had a couple of questions. The 0.4 per year, whilst you've said that the cause is unknown, or it seems that it is a direct consequence of the Canterbury earthquake sequences that's occurred since then. Is that? And is the rate consistent across the whole of that part of Christchurch, northeast Christchurch?
Oh.
That's not quite specific, it's presumably Eastern Christchurch, the bits which are sinking as opposed to Western Christchurch. Yeah. Yeah. Is it likely to be uniform across the site? Is there likely to be differential movement over time, which might impact on suitability for housing or other development? And could the same conclusion be reached for any site in Christchurch? So any development's going to face the same issue as what we're describing here. Yeah. And how is this monitored? Is it monitored on an annual basis, on a continual basis, or? Has the 0.4 reform millilitres per year since the Canterbury sequence has been constant, or is it has it varied over the last 14 years, 15 years? Okay. But you would expect that over time it's likely to reduce. So the 0.4 of a metre that we're talking about over 100 years is a maximum to allow for it, as opposed to yeah. And there's no suggestion though that it could be greater. It's like or less than. Okay. Okay, thanks. Very useful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you for your help.
Jesse.
Thanks, Jesse. Right, are you going to go over the other?
I confirm the conclusions in my statement of evidence that the NPSUD requires councils to ensure that there is sufficient housing capacity to enable a range of housing typologies in a range of locations at all times, recognising that such provision is key to both facilitating competitive land markets and ensuring that the diverse housing needs of the community are able to be met. Mr Colgrove's evidence demonstrates that there is a clear shortfall over the medium term for greenfield land that enables the provision of new standalone housing. This shortfall in capacity is especially acute in the northeastern quadrant of the city. Plan Change 23 provides the opportunity to deliver additional capacity equivalent to approximately 10% of greenfield demand over the medium term coming decade. That said, capacity is not just a numbers game. It also needs to qualitatively deliver a well-functioning urban environment. That goes to one of the questions that you had this morning to Ms Appleyard. There is agreement between myself and Mr Friedel that the site's existing golf resort zoning enables outcomes commensurate with the regional policy statement definition of urban activities. So that's that starting point base. The site's location is likewise consistent with a long-established urban form of Christchurch as New Zealand's second largest city, ringed by a mix of smaller townships and villages. The site is considerably closer to Christchurch's urban edge than the majority of the existing townships and villages, with this edge condition not static but subject to ongoing expansion as the city continues to grow. The Transport Joint Witness Statement confirms that the site's proposed cycle and pedestrian connections are appropriate. The treatment to be applied to both the external edges of the site and the internal ODP layout and associated narrative have been refined through the evidence exchange process. In order for new housing capacity to be realised, it is critical that such growth areas can be serviced and are infrastructure ready. Mr Hall's evidence and the associated expert joint witness statements confirm that the site can be serviced for water supply, wastewater and stormwater. Mr Fuller's evidence likewise confirms acceptable transport outcomes following discrete upgrades to the local transport network, with the nature of these upgrades also agreed in the Transport Joint Witness Statement. It is also important for natural hazard risks to be appropriately managed. The NPSNH provides a new, nationally consistent policy approach for assessing and managing these risks. The lower terrace part of the site is flood prone, and therefore no urban development is proposed on this extensive area. The upper terrace development area is proposed to be filled on average by between 0.5 to 1 metre to ensure future floor levels meet a target height that has been conservatively set to take into account a 1 in 200 year rainfall maximum rainfall event and maximum high tide event, plus 1.2 metres of sea level rise, plus 0.4 metres of vertical land movement, plus 4 metres of freeboard, giving a target finished floor level of 3.68. Flood risks are further mitigated by the need to deliver a target floor level of 4.1 to ensure stormwater basin function is maintained. The Stormwater Joint Witness Statement confirms that flood-related risks are low to moderate. So just to really sort of emphasise that point, that sort of the height we need to reach to give an acceptable outcome in terms of floor levels is 0.4 of a metre less than what we're currently targeting. So it's the basin design that kind of is ultimately the determinant of the floor level, rather than the need to be sort of keep the floors dry. So in that sense, the floors dry has a significant sort of buffer built into it, because we'll ultimately be going 0.4 of a metre higher than what's needed to maintain house dryness. Liquefaction risks are able to be managed through well-established engineering solutions for TC2 equivalent land, as are any risks associated with land stability along the terrace edge. Geotechnical hazards have been assessed and the evidence of Mr. Chainer as being low to moderate. The need to maintain floodplain function is the key reason why a road connection via a raised causeway and bridge to Lower Six Road has not been pursued. The Transport Joint Witness Statement confirms that Turners Road and Spencerville Road will function safely and efficiently through a combination of local upgrades to seal widening and intersections, complemented by further assessment and, if need be, mitigation through future subdivision processes. Expansion of the local walking and cycling network has been recommended by council officers and agreed by the applicant. The proposal is the catalyst for significant ecological enhancement along the Purakikiki River, Styx River and Spencerville Drain. Ecological enhancement will be complemented with enhanced recreational links along the source to sea riparian network. Both of these matters are agreed by the expert ecological evidence of Ms Coates and Dr Shadbolt, and also in the Urban Design Joint Witness Statement. The ecological enhancement of waterways and wetlands and the provision of public access to such are both matters of national importance under Section 6 that are delivered by the proposal. Overall, I consider that the proposal results in significant benefits in terms of additional housing supply, ecological enhancement and recreational connectivity, and that the site can be serviced, natural hazards appropriately mitigated, and that potential adverse effects can be effectively managed. I therefore consider that PC23 more efficiently and effectively delivers the urban growth and natural environment outcomes sought by the district plan than the operative golf resort zoning. It's consistent with the residential new neighbourhood outcomes and the district plan direction regarding natural hazard management, and gives effect to the higher order direction contained in the relevant NPS and regional policy statement, and therefore consider that the plan change should be accepted. Very happy to answer questions.
Okay. I'll probably concentrate a lot of my questions on the NPS UD, for various reasons.
Do you want a copy of it, anyone?
Got a copy.
Do you want one, Jono?
Got a large, I'd memorise, but
You've got a photographic memory.
But firstly, I'll just tease out your understanding of the existing environment, and I understand that you and Mr. Dow are both relatively on board that under the provisions is regarded as being an existing urban activity because of the golf course zoning, and you deem that to be an urban environment. So the question I had earlier on, someone else did, was that you're not suggesting that that forms a baseline in its own right, though. It's just it's a factual statement that it's an urban environment.
It's in terms of sort of, I guess, what the zoning enables in terms of the regional policy statement definitions of urban environment. So in that, with that lens, on sort of a planning policy lens, I'd say that the golf resort zoning enables activities that are commensurate with how urban activities are defined in the RPS. So it's an urban environment in that sense. Obviously, the existing physical environment, if you're stood on the site today, it's clearly rural in nature. It's an undeveloped site. So there's that sort of existing environment from what you physically see today sense. It's clearly rural. In terms of the outcomes anticipated for the area through the current zone framework, I would say is an urban environment, albeit clearly, there's a golf course woven through it, there's wetland basin, so it's a sort of it's an urban environment insofar as, say, somewhere like Clearwater is an urban environment. So, they're kind of a mixed, residential and open space. So that forms the, I think it does form the baseline for assessment in terms of things like sort of servicing capacity, impacts on, traffic generation, anticipated landscape character. is that the current zoning isn't rural, it anticipates something different.
So there's a reasonable expectation for anywhere there will be development on the site. To a level commensurate with 150 households, independent households on large sites, which is probably more development than what you've got in Clearwater. Clearwater tends to be townhouse development around some of the fairways and ponds rather than larger houses on sites. Plus the resort accommodation on top of that, which I think I described before earlier on as, in my mind, probably being overall in terms of numbers equivalent to sort of 300 plus households
agree with
in terms
that.
of the potential number of people that could be accommodated on the site at present. So in terms of effects, we're looking at the difference between 300 and 800
exactly.
rather than 0 and 800, for example.
Yes.
Yeah, you made the comparison with Clearwater, but would you regard the special purpose golf resort zone as being potentially, I know it's the same zone as applies to Clearwater, but on this site was the development that was permitted under its current rules potentially denser than Clearwater?
Yes.
Yeah, so Clearwater.
Yes, I guess the Clearwater reference is more just sort of it's an urban environment with a golf resort and lakes and wetlands sort of woven through. So it's different from just sort of a standard suburb.
Okay, so that colours an expectation in terms of what surrounding residents may or may not have of what's happening. In relation to the NPSUD, we're not looking at a rezoning of Greenfields land in the normal sense, are we? We're actually looking at an intensification of already identified land, so that places our considerations under the NPS a little bit differently from what you'd normally expect.
I'd agree.
Because it's already identified and zoned for greenfield development anyway, so it's not new greenfield land in the sense that. So where does that place assessment under 3.8 for unanticipated development? Is it already anticipated development? Is 3.8 actually needed?
So into that sort of policy 8 stuff, I think it's certainly relevant for the 4 lifestyle blocks. So that's sort of, they're sort of 16, 17 hectares
I agree.
worth. So definitely in that sense. But no, I agree, and I think, I'm sure in the C32 we sort of covered this off, is that it is in large part a more commensurate with an intensification plan change than a greenfield plan change. But because of and I think had we not included the 4 lifestyle blocks, that would have, I would agree with you that policy 8 doesn't need to be engaged. But with those lifestyle blocks there, I think it's appropriate to look at the plan change through a policy 8 lens. I guess I was also sort of mindful that in the RPS map A, it isn't shown as a growth area. It is the sort of this quirk that sort of whilst it meets the definition of urban activities, it's not explicitly shown. So again, there's a particular line of argument there or a question mark over whether it's anticipated. So again, that is why I think it's sort of appropriate to look at it through a policy 8 lens.
So do you view you've made comments in your rebuttal evidence on the evidence of Ms Carter in terms of her interpretation of the NPSU and the RGCSP. Do you view she has viewed in her evidence the current planning documents as being directive and restrictive, including the application of the NPS in terms of directing, what she considers directing around transport nodes and commercial hubs and things like that, which is what's in the policy. Do you? Let's see where my question was going to go. Do you view the NPS as being an enabling provision, the NPSUD as being an enabling document for out of zone or unanticipated activities, rather than being directive?
Yes.
Yeah.
Very much so. I mean, it's obviously not without caveat. Policy 8 isn't a free hit. It's a sort of, but it's also my understanding of Policy 8 is origined out of some of the larger metro councils having very rigid urban growth boundaries, and it was effectively sort of a tool for saying actually councils or decision makers, you need to sort of kind of consider new proposals that come forward with an open mind, essentially. So it's enabling in that regard, that it overcomes the sort of the rigid urban-rural growth boundary tools that had been found in some regional policy statements. But it's not a free hit. On proposals coming forward, we still need to deliver a well-functioning urban environment, still need to be infrastructure ready, still need to be integrated.
Do you consider that the well-functioning urban environment tests and others in there trump other RMA considerations? Do we still have to consider? We've still got to consider the Part 2 matters in terms of effects on the environment, effects on the surrounding properties and things like that. So it's not just because you can satisfy Policy 1 doesn't necessarily mean that it's appropriate in other RMA.
No, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think especially that would be the case where Section 6 matters are engaged. So if this proposal, for instance, was going to have a significant adverse effect on ecological values, or was exposed to sort of significant natural hazard risk, then absolutely that would trump the other things. It's sort of a well-functioning environment I read as sort of as well as, not a instead of. In that sense.
But in my next question leading on from that was in relation to the Part 2 matters that you just alluded to. Is there anything in Part 2, matters of national importance or matters to have particular regard to, etc., which you consider mitigate against this site being rezoned?
No. If anything, it's the opposite, I think, where I think it delivers, significant benefits from an ecological point of view. So, and also significant benefits in terms of enhanced public access to waterways. It's consistent, as far as we're aware, with the cultural values expressed by Ngā Tauhuriri as mana whenua. Natural hazard risk has been, rightly sort of received careful consideration, and I believe we've landed, or the evidence has landed at a suitably conservative position. So no, in my view, it actively achieves Part 6 measures.
So, do you view the NPSUD as being like a two-stage approach? We've got one stage where the council has identified that there's a need for further land because it doesn't meet we've been told by the economists that the medium-term requirements aren't going to be met, whether it's 9.5 or 3.5 years. In either case, it's less than 10, so it suggests that medium-term requirements aren't being met. So that then opens up a discussion on Policy 1 and all the other matters. So you agree that the triggers are there and the UDS to enable that assessment to take place and to enable it to be considered. So the UDS anticipates developments going forward in this way.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Despite MAP A and the RPS.
Yes.
Like that. Yeah.
And actually my appendix D is the legal interpretation of the interaction between the NPSUD and the RPS.
Yeah.
So that's the reason why that's there.
And the NPDS post-dates the regional policy statement,
Yes.
the MAP A, and it appears in some ways it's responding to the matters that you alluded to before about rigid boundaries, and there are several examples around Canterbury of Christchurch and Selwyn in particular of sites being developed and rezoned outside those boundaries.
Very much so. This is an issue that's been wrestled with for the last 5 years, really, across that greater Christchurch area, and through the Selwyn and Waimakere district plan reviews. We're certainly through those processes and private plan changes over the last 5 years, in Selwyn in particular, that have identified growth areas outside of MAP A, and that utilising the Policy 8 route. I think in terms of the capacity question, it's sort of, for me, there's two, it is sort of that two-step. It's sort of, if there's less than 10 years medium-term supply, then the onus is very much on council to proactively do something about it. This plan change is one opportunity, I guess, for you on behalf of council or as a recommendation to council to do something about it. Obviously, the proposal itself still needs to stack up on its merit. Just because there's a shortage of capacity doesn't mean you just blithely rezone anything that comes in front of you. So it certainly has to meet the other policy one tests. But even if capacity wasn't an issue, obviously the NPSUD is about ensuring there's a minimum amount of capacity available. It's not a tool to sort of prevent further capacity coming forward. So even if there was more than 10 years supply, that wouldn't preclude consideration of this proposal. In this case, I think the economic evidence is that there is indeed a shortage, and therefore council needs to sort of pivot to more of a proactive needs to respond clearly to meet its obligations under NPSUD.
So what you're saying there is that even if there was capacity within the medium term, the pathway is still there under policy
Very much so.
to rezone land or to make other land available, even if there was no shortage. But in this case, so the shortage in its own right is not a justification or a reason. It is one that's been offered by you as applicants, but without, even if we were to conclude that there wasn't a shortage, the pathway is still there under the NPSUD to enable a development like this to occur.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with the original plan change 45?
Yes, not in detail, but yes.
Yeah, I vaguely
the broad brush of it.
I vaguely remember it at the time. Did it actually go to a hearing, or was it one of those ones that was approved by the minister after the earthquake?
No, it was approved pre-earthquake.
Pre-earthquake, yeah.
So
it wasn't.
So 2010.
Wasn't Preston's, which was approved later. Yeah.
No.
Okay.
No, so it was very much to a hearing. I think Commissioner Milligan, from memory.
Okay. And was it reconsidered by the IHP and the replacement plan must have been?
Yes, but essentially just rolled over existing provisions.
Yeah.
But
so there was nothing controversial about it at that point? Yeah.
No.
Okay. You've listened to the other witnesses this morning in terms of what they've had to say. Is there anything changed in terms of your recommendations? Anything that you would change in terms of your recommendations on the provisions arising out of discussions we've had?
Not arising out of this morning's conversation. I think there is probably, I think the ODP narrative is probably a bit of refining that could happen there around potentially, if you were particularly concerned about a supermarket proposal, for instance, coming in and traffic implications. I think there is, I would have no issue in, including an explicit reference to not doing a supermarket. I don't think that's necessary because I think the neighbourhood centre rules are adequate for managing that.
I was just going to ask you about those. So under the residential new neighbourhood zone,
Yep.
the identified land for the commercial centre will become commercial centre after the sites are created. So
Yes.
through subdivisions.
Yes.
So there's a trigger there at the subdivision stage where then comes in. So the zone rules for the commercial centre, what sort of limitations do they have on the size of premises and?
Yep, it's 1,000 square metres GLFA for supermarkets.
Yep.
And 450 otherwise.
For otherwise, yep.
Yep, and then residential is permitted where it's sort of behind retail or above retail, so sort of on top of a shop or out the back of a shop, or it's a restricted discretionary pathway to just do ground level residential. So that's where if after 10 years there isn't the demand coming forward to sort of completely fill up the land that has been earmarked as subdivision for a neighbourhood centre, there's a relatively straightforward consenting pathway to be able to utilise that for residential at some point in the future. But I think, as I said in my original evidence, I have some sympathy with Ms Schroeder's perspective where for commercial centres, you need the customer base there to make the commercial viable. So invariably they tend to, or their extent is only maximised at the end of the process when the full neighbourhood is built out. So you almost have to wait until close to that time to know whether you've got enough land or not, which is why I'm comfortable with it's a little bit unusual, but with a reference in the ODP narrative around preserving the potential for a neighbourhood centre for at least 10 years to give the catchment time to fill up, to then let the market respond to that catchment.
Yeah, there are examples in Christchurch of developments which have occurred with identified commercial areas, which have never happened.
Just get houses ploughed over the top of it, and the same in Selwyn as well with Rawson. I think it is a real shame where that happens, because you do end up with these quite large suburbs that have no easy access to the sort of the dairy and the corner store and the takeaways and stuff. So I'm sort of quite comfortable with the approach in response to Ms Schroeder's evidence.
Well, I think she was suggesting 10 years, wasn't she?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that feels about right to me. I think if it hasn't happened after 10 years, it's probably not going to happen. But it also gives it a decent length of time for the market to respond. So for me, it felt like an appropriate, appropriate passage of time.
Would that 10 years apply from the date when the subdivision occurs to create the commercial site, the date when it becomes?
Yeah, that would be my expectation.
Yeah.
Because invariably, from the time plan change being approved, there's usually a year or so of getting all the various reasons, subdivision consents, regional consents, and then you actually got to sort of build the thing. So I think sort of from when subdivision for the commercial centre gets its 224 certificate would be a good sort of starting point trigger. Perhaps the only other observation from this morning's conversation was around the kind of the urban form outcome and where we are, or the site is a little bit separated from the urban edge. And for me, it does depend a little bit on kind of how high is your helicopter. If you sort of zoomed up to a Greater Christchurch level, it's really close. If you zoomed and hover and 50 metres above the ground, there is that gap. As I said in my evidence, it's sort of similar with Compton Moynes. Greater Christchurch urban form is very much a metro centre ringed by villages and townships. It was interesting, the conversation you had this morning with Mr. Compton Moyne around some of those villages of just, they're just sort of organic, historic sort of facts rather than sort of planned, intensive, intentionally created centres, which is generally, I generally agree with that proposition. But I think, especially if you look at the Selwyn townships in particular over the last 2 decades, Rolliston's gone from being 100 houses to 30,000 people now. Westmountain's gone from a small primary school and again sort of 50, 60 houses to sort of quite a big centre. So whilst the Prebbleton would be similar, so whilst the core of those villages are very long-standing, the rapid expansion of them, the townships that you see today are very much planned interventions, I guess, or intentions. So in that sense, this site is perhaps I think there are some parallels with this. Obviously, there isn't an existing historic village core, but there are settlements like sort of Spencerville, Brooklands, Kainga in the near area that do reflect that that pattern. And I think, again, so the conversation this morning about, Christchurch growing out to reach it as well, I think will happen. Obviously, it will happen in the context of constraints, the constraints you identified around the motorway, the peat land conditions, I think, through much of Marston's, which I think will preclude housing or make it quite challenging, some of the flood-prone areas. But likewise, for this site, looking to the north into Cheney's Plantation, which is council-owned but otherwise unconstrained, and to the area between the site and Marston's Road, sort of across Turner's Spencerville Road, those sort of corridors past the primary school are largely unconstrained, and I could easily see those areas developing over the coming decade or so. So I think this part of Christchurch will, the city will continue to grow. The end form may well be a pattern of houses separated by wetlands and stormwater basins, a little bit like what we see in Hallswell, where you've had, over the last decade, expansion through Hallswell, but that's gone hand in hand with expansion of engineered stormwater basins through sort of Henderson's Basin, those areas. So you get a sort of an urban form of new residential areas separated from other residential areas through wetlands and stormwater basins. But they're still, in reasonably good close proximity to each other. There's still quite good pedestrian cycle links through them. So I think it will be more, not just a solid suburbia marching ever further north, it'll be a much more nuanced and probably interesting urban form, actually, ultimately. That's where we get to. Yeah. But that's me sort of, prognosticating over the next sort of 10, 20 years.
Hasn't the Chinese forest been used by the council for effluent spraying over time? Is there constraints in development there?
I don't know, not that I'm...
It was used for sewage disposal.
Possibly back in the day, I'm aware of, but...
Yeah.
Yes, so like any growth area, there'll be all those sorts of site-specific examinations will happen.
Yeah, so the constraints, I think there's constraints to the south of this site, of the river, and...
Yes, I would agree. I think Preston's, I could see Preston sort of growing towards Spencerville on the higher old sand dune areas, sort of almost like the higher bits between
there and Bottle Lake.
Yes. Yeah. I think the lower floodplains along the river, I agree. I don't think that will ever fill up.
Okay. Well, thank you, Ms. Cleese.
Cool. Right. Perfect, because it's 1 minute to 2 and we should expect the imminent arrival of Dr. Wall.
Yep.
Oh, she's here. Fantastic. Timing couldn't be more perfect. Gabrielle, would you like to come and swap seats with Mr. Cleese here? Thank you very much. We're just going to hand out a summary of your evidence. Wonderful. I've got a marked summary here. Oh, won't remind me what I said. Hang on, what is she? We printed the wrong one.
Oh, I've got the wrong one.
You'll have to pay special attention then.
I've got my trainers on my plate as well.
You're not confident to talk about
have to remind myself.
Geotech.
In education, we'll give anything a crack, so you know.
So you've got so that's a marked one.
So that's
Yeah.
So Craig, you short?
I think those are all marked.
Yeah, I've still got marks on.
Danny, can Craig have a...
Did I give you all mine?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. That's consistent.
Now we have some loud noise going on upstairs, so for the audience at the back to be able to hear.
Oh, okay, I have to use
Yeah.
my teacher voice, that's all right. My husband will tell you I'm well qualified.
There we go. Sorry about that.
Right, if you'd just like to read your summary statement and then answer any questions. Thank you very much for coming.
Certainly. Well, tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you very much for the time and the opportunity this afternoon. For Gabrielle Waltokuingoa, I've submitted evidence that's been dated 12th of May 2026, and that's in relation to my relationship with Uruia Model School and how it pertains to plan change number 23, the Whisper Creek Residential. In my full statement, my qualifications and experience are set out. But really today I'm here to confirm the conclusions in that statement of evidence that Uruia Model School supports the private plan change number 23. We consider that the plan change will provide a positive contribution to local education provision and also the long-term sustainability of schooling within that area. The proposed development is located entirely within our school's existing enrolment zone and therefore would form a natural extension of our school's future learning community. The proposed development has the potential to develop good education links with the proposed preschool in the subdivision, and then that will in turn provide a beneficial relationship with the preschool and Uruia Model School as being the local education providers for our community. Our school currently has capacity within the existing infrastructure to accommodate significant role growth which is associated with that development, and we've got additional expansion potential available on our site if that were required over time. The staged nature of the proposed development supports both predictable and manageable role growth. We love that in education, and that will enable effective educational planning, staffing and resourcing in coordination with the Ministry of Education. The proposal represents an efficient use of existing educational infrastructure, and it also supports integrated community development by enabling new residential growth within what is already an established schooling catchment. There are safe walking and cycling connections between the proposed development and Uruia Model School, which we consider important, and that should continue to be supported through the outline development plan and then any associated transport planning. The proposed development creates opportunities for us to strengthen our local educational and community connections, including place-based learning opportunities associated with the Styx River corridor, open space networks and future community facilities. So overall, I consider on behalf of our school that the proposed plan change aligns well with our broader objectives, relating obviously to livable neighbourhoods, community wellbeing, active travel and sustainable educational provision in the area. So ngā mihi mō tēnā, thank you.
Thank you very much. That's quite clear. What's the current role of Uruia Model School?
We're varying between 17 and 20.
17 to 20,
Yeah.
with capacity for 150.
Exactly. Very unusual.
Yeah. Has there been a significant drop-off in role over the years to get down to?
Yes, there has. There were a number of factors, the external factors being post-quake, the relocation of the school's catchment, yep, and then internal operational factors over, I would say, probably the last 6 to 8 years. But now we're on the climb and very proud of this wee school. So we'd love it to be, available for a number of other families.
Is the school under threat if the role doesn't increase?
No. So the school was proposed for closure under the Shaping Education proposals back in 2012. The proposal at that time was that it should close, and the school and its community at that time submitted saying why it shouldn't close. It's outside of the scope, but I wasn't contracted to the ministry at that time, so I was involved with that and was also contracted to carry out consultation with the community of the school back in probably 2016, when Belfast area expanded enough that they required a second site. So at that time, the ministry went to Uruia's board and said, would you like to relocate to that second site and actually become a second primary provision within the Belfast area? But at the time, the board said, no, this is our area, you know, this is our Turanga Waiwai, this is where we want to stay. And that's when Belfast School became two sites, so a senior and junior campus in Belfast and West Belfast. I've had, since I became Commissioner there, conversations with the Ministry. There is no appetite for closure. There is absolutely support for the fact that this is a pretty cool wee school that has great potential to be a cool, slightly less wee school. So no, there is absolutely no appetite for closure on behalf of either the Ministry or myself as the board.
Because 2 other schools have closed in that area, haven't they? One in the corner of Preston's Road and Rushton's Road.
That one relocated.
Yeah.
Yep. So school sites.
So that's gone to Preston's, is it?
That's right. So similar when you look at it as the opportunity this school was given to relocate. Difference from that one with Marshlands was that their site was really problematic, whereas our site's glorious.
Yeah. And the others, was there a school in Brooklands prior to the earthquake?
No.
They went to a road, did they?
They did, yeah.
Good. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Oh, no more questions.
You've got quite a lot compared to
I
some.
understand exactly what you're saying.
Yeah.
No, it's not because of that. It's not because there's no questions. It's because you've.
It's because I've been enthusiastic sufficiently. I shall leave you to it then. Magic. Thank you for the opportunity.
School can grow too as it is.
Yes, you can. So at the moment, if you looked at Ministry building numbers and looked how flexible, we all know that, 150 in terms of what we currently have. In saying that, I've seen schools that theoretically have capacity of 150. You know, you take the kids when they come, so we can easily use the library and things like that as temporary spaces. So the nice thing is with the existing infrastructure, Ministry would say 150. I could easily accommodate 200 learners without compromising the quality of education, and actually I think, you know, really happily. And the great thing about the site, apart from the rabbits, is that it's a really spacious site, and we have school-owned land next door to the site, which is currently not being used. So in terms of site capacity, I would say we could probably grow to, you know, I don't know that it would be the appetite, but we could be easily 400 students without there being any compromise to green space, or during a building process there being compromises to kids accessing education in an active building site. Don't tell you, we don't want 100 tomorrow, thank you, but no. But there's capacity there, which I suppose I would just highlight, and you'll be familiar with this. It's really unusual for a new development to have access to established provision of schooling just down the road. Normally that would be working with the Ministry to acquire a site, the establishment of a school, the building of a school. You know, we're talking anywhere up to 3 years, and that would be a quick one. So we're super excited that our doors are open and ready and willing for any kid that comes our way. Yeah, and we're proud of the provision that we're providing as well. Yeah.
Excellent.
So I've just got a question. So if the development of 800 houses,
yes,
what number of children would that actually trigger?
Good question, and one that the Ministry will always be a wee bit, you know, conservative on, because they can't not be. So we look at the type of housing and the kind of primary school predictions as to how many kids per household we'd expect it to yield. If we look at Preston's being probably similar and in a similar area, around about 0.3 kids per household. So I'd be looking at the bottom end about 150 kids, at the top end maybe 250 kids. Okay. The lovely thing again is the staged nature, and as it grows you can predict. And the beautiful thing about things like that when I've worked in other education networks around the country is that we have a long time with the Ministry to predict when things might happen. We don't need any, you know, not that I'm against modular classrooms, they do a great job, but we can plan it more predictive, plan it better around master planning for actually any additional spaces that are needed.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Cool. Thank you.
Well, that brings us to the end of our scheduled people to hear from today. And we're finishing 2 hours early.
Very efficient.
Very efficient indeed. So we are scheduled to restart again tomorrow morning at 9, going through till about 2 o'clock with a list of people. I expect that tomorrow, given that people have particular time slots, Even if some people go quickly, there's going to be gaps in between as people come and go, so we'll probably utilise most of that time. So we'll adjourn now until tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock.
Thank you.